objections tell you about what you just referenced?
Those would indicate that Ms. Baker would have been in the process of trying to protect herself from the stabbing while it was being performed.
Would it be helpful to the jury to kind of demonstrate what you've just described, sir?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, is it okay if I ask Dr. Falzon to step down into the well?
It's fine.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what is very clearly a rubber knife. And I'm going to be Ms. Baker. And so what you just described on the stand, sir, if you could kind of describe or show exactly what you described.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here. So with holding the knife like this, the blunt end would be at the 10 o'clock position, and the sharp end would be at the 4 o'clock position like that.
And again, as it relates to the injuries to the hand, how would that, in your estimation, have occurred?
So if she was trying to hold on, that would explain the cut on the space between the fourth and the fifth finger. Again, the direction would be front to back, downwards, and to the left.
Thank you, sir. You have a seat. Back in. Dr. Falzon, based on everything that we've talked about, well, actually, I want to back up just a little bit. Did your autopsy of Ms. Baker reveal anything as it related to her larynx?
She did, yes, I did examine the larynx, the voice box where the vocal cords sit, and she did have a slight amount of soot present below the vocal cords.
And did you also, as part of this autopsy, request or refer Ms. Baker's blood be tested for the presence of carboxyhemoglobin?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the results of that report?
Yes, I am.
And what was that?
I believe it was between 6 and 14%. I may have to jog my memory. I gave you back the report, but.
Now, let's talk a little bit about carboxyhemoglobin.
Okay.
What is that, sir?
Hemoglobin is a molecule that transports oxygen. It picks up oxygen in the lungs, takes it and deposits it in the periphery of the body, and it picks up carbon dioxide and releases that back in the lungs during respiration. Now, when as part of the fire, carbon monoxide is formed. So carbon dioxide is carbon with 2 oxygens. Carbon monoxide is carbon with 1 oxygen. Carbon monoxide tends to attach somewhat more strongly to the hemoglobin molecule, and it actually prevents hemoglobin from transporting oxygen. So when somebody is exposed to a fire, we test the blood for carboxyhemoglobin, which is essentially hemoglobin attached to a carbon monoxide molecule.
And so based on your observations of soot being deposited below Ms. Baker's voice box and the results of the carboxyhemoglobin test that you just described and testified to, is that significant in any way to you, in your opinion, doctor?
The level of carboxyhemoglobin was not high enough to be considered a cause of death. Typically, we expect carboxyhemoglobin to be more than 50%. People who smoke tend to have, elevated carboxyhemoglobin levels. But in the case of Ms. Baker, the presence of the soot below the vocal cords and the slightly elevated carboxyhemoglobin level would indicate that she was still alive when the fire was set.
Thank you, Dr. Falzon. So, again, just to summarize everything that you've testified to thus far, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Ms. Baker?
Yes, I did.
What was that opinion?
So she died of a ligature strangulation and a stab wound of the neck. I also described the bruising on the head, the blunt force trauma of the head. As part of the internal examination, I did examine the brain, and there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage on the surface of the brain. So the other contributory factor would be blunt force trauma of the head.
Did you rule the manner of death, Ms. Baker's death, a homicide?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that part of a autopsy may include taking an X-ray or radiograph if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Yes, sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
That's for the same courtesy during our examination, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. What do you mean by that?
We just asked for the same courtesy that the honorable state has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you also obtain a sample of Ms. Baker's blood?
yes, I do.
What is the purpose of that?
That would be performed to collect the specimens to submit for testing for toxicology.
And is a blood spot filter card also submitted?
Yes.
And
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Bolden, if you'll rephrase.
okay, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. What other physical evidence is, I guess, obtained or submitted as part of an autopsy?
To establish a reference point for DNA testing, a blood spot filter card is prepared whereby we take a filter paper card and we put drops of the victim's blood that is air dried and then submitted for analysis.
Was a sexual assault kit obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain briefly what we mean by a sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit has various components to it which help in collecting evidence in cases where sexual assault is suspected. It would have swabs to collect DNA. It would have slides whereby we smear the swabs and prepare smears to look at under a microscope. It would have nail clippers to clip nails and envelopes, put those nail clippings in, and it would also have envelopes for head samples of head hair, pubic hair, and pubic hair combings.
And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but when you're talking about swabs, from where on Ms. Baker's body were those swabs obtained?
Swabs are taken from the mouth, oral swabs, from the vagina, and from the anus.
And again, I apologize if I just misheard. You mentioned smears as well. How are those smears created?
The smears are created from the swabs. So we put a Q-tip with a cotton tipped end, and that would be inserted in the cavity, the oral cavity, the vagina, the anus. Once fluid is absorbed onto the cotton tip, while it is still wet, we would take the glass slide and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
Your Honor, we have a motion.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. This is a good time for a bathroom break. We will be with you shortly. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, your motion, sir?
Well, I want to do the simple thing first. We have an objection to the known pubic hair of a victim. Exhibit 31 is empty. So that's
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
correct, but I do
Okay.
have a motion.
No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead.
I believe the purpose of showing this to Dr. Falzone is for the purposes of identifying the items that he collected ever here tonight. So we object to the state of simply giving Dr. Falzone the empty bag as Exhibit 31.
Okay.
All the other items from the ones that we observed from the inside, they had items. They had items that we don't object to those, but we do have a motion.
All right, well, let Mr. Bolden respond to your objection of Exhibit 31. Go ahead, sir.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I can show Dr. Falzone, we can open it, and, I mean, I guess the objection is the fact that it's empty, and somehow that makes it inadmissible. I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that I know how to respond to that particular objection.
I can make it clear if it's confusing. The pubic hair, relevant for his testimony. An empty bag that just says pubic hair is irrelevant in this case. That's what we're objecting, the ground that we are objecting on.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection about relevancy?
Again, I think the fact that Dr. Falzone has testified that pubic hairs were taken, why don't we let him look at it? Because Mr. Cruz's assertion that it's empty, I honestly had not opened the bag, so let's allow him to do it. We can do that momentarily. I'd like to hear the motion. Sure.
All right, that's fine. We'll hold off on Exhibit 31's objection. Go ahead, sir.
We're moving to suppress the oral swabs due to chain of custody. In this case, it has been stated that oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and anal swabs were taken. We have the chain of custody report. The chain of custody report says that only 2 oral swabs were taken. I assumed that was pretty much an error on the chain of on the custodian, because Ms. Bigham, 2024, conducted a test on these swabs, and it was determined. They went to a company in California to do this test, and it's something we'll address on cross-examination instead of using the company here in Georgia. But that company came back and said, you know what? We did this presumptive test. These are actually vaginal swabs. However, now that I'm seeing the original packaging that Dr. Falzone put these items in, and please correct me if I am mistaken, a vaginal swab wasn't taken, ma'am. Where's the brown boxes? Madam President, I'd like to show the unreported State Set Exhibit 28. State Exhibit 29.
I don't know that I need to see the exhibits at this moment. I want to hear your objection about, you're asking the court to suppress, or
I would ask the
tell me that.
court to suppress the, I'm asking for 2 things.
Okay?
Either I'm asking the court to suppress, I believe it's oral swab B. Let me confirm which swab it is, Your Honor. Course indulgence. All right, so one of these are labeled as item 2I. Court, give me a second to identify item 2I. So for purposes of the record, oral swabbing B is labeled as item 2I, as in igloo. Oral swabbing A is labeled as item 2J, as in joy. So, Your Honor, on November 4th, 2024, and mind you, this wasn't a discovery, by the way. But on November 4th, 2024, Pure Gold Forensics.
Okay, hang on just a minute, Mr. Cruz. Let me ask you this question. Are you making a motion to suppress?
I am.
Okay.
But this is based on knowledge I just learned just now going over these exhibits. So this isn't a motion that was untimely because I knew about it 10 days from around. I just learned this here today.
All right, let me stop you right there just for a moment. Is there any response to the motion to suppress as opposed to a motion in limine or an objection based on something else? Go ahead.
Yes, I would object to this being characterized as a motion to suppress. Well, Mr. Cruz, we've had hearings going back for months. We've discussed making any physical evidence available to him to inspect, and we would have done so at any time. He never asked. He asked in court, but never followed up with that. This evidence we would have gladly shared with Mr. Cruz at any point had he actually asked, which he did not. I don't think what he's asking for this morning, well, again, I don't know a motion to suppress at this point. I don't know what legal grounds he's asking that it be suppressed. He mentioned chain of custody. I think that argument is more of a weight versus admissibility issue. It's very hard to respond when I don't understand exactly what is being asked of the court.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, let me ask you this question. With regard to this motion you're making now, is it, as you stated earlier, about the issue of the chain of custody?
Correct.
All right. I'm making a ruling right now that that is not a motion to suppress issue. You are entitled to cross-examine this witness or any witnesses with regard to the chain of custody, and I'm not going to allow it.
Judge,
If you have an objection to something else about the admission of this evidence, I will hear it.
Judge, motion to suppress, motion in limine, the phrasing is irrelevant.
No, it is not, Mr. Cruz.
Well, forgive me, Your Honor. The state, when the chain of custody issue is raised, the state has the burden to show that that this evidence is the same evidence that was collected and that it wasn't tampered with. The issue we have is that both of these items from Dr. Falzone, both of these items were collected by him and labeled by him. There's going to be testimony in this trial 24 years later that, actually, one of these is a vaginal swab. Dr. Falzone, as you've heard from his testimony, is very careful. He's very diligent. It sounds like he takes his time and does his work the right way. So we're moving for the state to either show a chain of custody for these items, meet their burden to show a chain of custody for these items, and that they were not tampered with, or we ask the Honorable Court to exclude any mention that oral swabbing B is a vaginal swab, because from what I'm seeing for the first time today in court, it is not, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to overrule your objection, and I'm going to deny your motion, and I'm going to make the statement that the complaint that you're making in the form of an objection and the request to make a motion is certainly appropriately addressed by cross-examination. You have every right to cross-examine any witness with regard to chain of custody, with regard to the issues of tampering, anything that is relevant to the evidence that's being offered. You have every right to cross-examine with regard to those issues. And so that's the reason I'm denying your objection. And if there are any other objections to the admission of that evidence, I want to hear it now. I want to address one more thing before we bring the jury back. Any other objections to the admission of that? I mean, I haven't ruled that admissible yet. We haven't made an, there hasn't been a proffer. But if you have something that you'd like to object to now that you know about, so you can do that.
We will stand by our chain of custody
All right.
Motion.
All right, thank you. I do want to make a comment, Mr. Cruz, and this is really for all parties, but it's related to the comment that you made a little bit earlier. You did not make an objection, but you stated something to the effect of, we're asking the court to extend us the same courtesy. My comment to all parties, but particularly to you with regard to that comment, is this. That comment about the court's behavior is not appropriate in the manner in which you said it. The court makes rulings of law, not courtesies. The court extended, Mr. Cruz, you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late. I knew why you were late, and I extended you that courtesy. That's a courtesy. But in terms of this trial and in terms of making comments in front of the jury, the only appropriate comments to be made are not comments. They are objections. They are proper examination questions, cross-examination questions, things of that nature. And the court will respond to proper objections. Any comment on the courtesies of the court or fairness or things of that nature that are not in the form of objections need to be made outside the presence of the jury. And that's my statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, if we could have just maybe a minute for us to take a restroom break.
All right. Why don't we be off the record until 11:15? That's about 12 minutes. All right. We'll be in recess until then. Thank you. Cruz? Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in. All right.
Judge, did you issue a ruling on our objection to the empty pubic care package, or no?
Hang on one second. I thought that I had said it. I was overruling your objection. Maybe I didn't make that clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. I'm overruling the objection. All right. If you have any other objections to the introduction of evidence, you may make them. I haven't ruled them admissible at this point. The state hasn't proffered them in that way. So if you have any other objections, you certainly can offer them.
Yes, ma'am. But on that ground,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. You may bring the jury. Please be seated. Mr. Bolden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Dr. Falzon. I think we were talking about the collection of the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. I am going to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think, Dr. Falzon, this is State's Exhibits 23 through 33. That's all right. You want gloves, Dr. Falzon?
Sure.
Dr. Falzon, let's start with State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
What is that, sir?
It's a clear plastic box with a label marked with the case information, and it's marked fingernails left hand.
And would that be the fingernail clippings that you took from Ms. Baker's body on January the 20th, 2001?
Correct.
Move to tender State's 23, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
State's Exhibit 24, Doctor, what is that?
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape. There's two clear plastic boxes, each one with a label with the case information. One is marked toenails right, and the other one toenails left.
Again, same question as before. Are those related to the autopsy that you've been describing this morning?
Correct.
How do you know that, sir?
Each one has a label on them. with the decedent's name, Clark County, the age, race, and sex, and the unique case identifying number assigned to this case.
Move to tender States 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, ma'am. I won't have any objections to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolden.
States 25, Dr. Falzon, what is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information, and this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender States 25, Your Honor.
All right, and based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
Outside of my prior objection.
All right. Then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25.
All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
States Exhibit 26. What is that, Doctor?
Same white envelope with evidence tape and the unique case identification information, and this one is marked oral swabbings A.
Move to tender States 20. Now I've forgotten. 26, Your Honor.
26. Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? All right, it is admitted.
States Exhibit 27, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
White envelope, red evidence tape, label with the unique case information, and this one is marked rectal swabbings.
Move to tender States 27.
Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 28. What is that, Dr. Falzon?
State Exhibit 28 is a brown cardboard folder, has a label marked with the unique case identification information, and this one is labeled. Anorectal swab.
Move to tender States 28.
Any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 29, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
29, again, is a cardboard folder with the unique identification label, and this is marked oral swab.
Move to tender States 29.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
That was 29, yes.
29, is that right, Dr.
Yeah,
Falzon?
yeah.
Okay, good. States 30, what is that?
30 is a white cardboard box, again, marked with the label with the unique case information, and this one is marked vaginal smear.
Move to tender States 30.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 31. What is that, Doctor?
A clear plastic envelope with the label with the case information, and this one is marked known pubic hair of victim.
Move to tender States 31.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. The same objection I put on the record.
All right, and thank you. Any further comment by the state? All right, I'm going to overrule your objection. Your objection is noted. It is admitted over objection.
States 33. Dr. Falzon, what is that?
33 is a clear plastic envelope marked with the case information, and this is the pubic combings of victim.
Move to tender States 33, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Is that everything that I handed you?
Did we do 32?
Oh, 32? Did I skip that? I apologize. States 32. I got ahead of myself. What is States 32?
Clear plastic bag marked with case information, and this is marked known head hair of victim.
Move to tender States 32, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to not go through all of those pieces of evidence, Dr. Falzon, but I want to start. This is States 30. There's the sticker. I think I can zoom in. States 30. Again, what is that, sir?
This is a cardboard folder and marked with the case information, and this would contain the glass slides with the smears of the vaginal, taken by the vaginal swab.
How would or was States Exhibit 30 created?
The first we do the swab. So, like I mentioned, you have the Q-tip swab, that we insert into the orifice, in this case the vagina, to collect the fluids on the swab. Once that is removed, we take the glass slide and we rub the cotton tip across the glass slide to transfer cells from the Q-tip onto the smear, onto the slide, and thus creating a smear.
Thank you, sir. Then this is State 28. Again, I'm just going to show you the back that has the sticker, then I'm going to flip it over. What is States 28?
That again would be the anorectal swab. Actually, this would be a glass slide, so that would be the smear.
And would that have been created in the same manner that you just described for the vaginal smears?
Correct. So the swab would be inserted into the anorectal orifice, collect the fluid from that area, and then transfer it onto the smear, onto the glass slides.
Same question for States 29. I'm just showing the sticker there. What is States 29, just to be clear?
That would be the oral swab. Again, this would be the smear made from the oral swab.
So let's talk a little bit about the swabs. I'm going to start with States 25, which has been admitted into evidence. States 25, what is that?
It's marked oral swabbings B.
Okay. And then just for clarification, States 26, what are we looking at there?
This is marked oral swabbings A.
Dr. Falzon, I realize it's been a long time since this. I guess let me ask the question this way. Would you have collected two different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that two of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create the smear. So the swab is prepared, the smear is prepared, the smear is packaged. Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and package and labeled those.
Was that common policy and procedure at the crime lab back in 2001?
It was.
Bear with me, Dr. Falzon. I did want to go back and ask a few more questions about the fact that Ms. Baker had a broken hyoid bone, and you've described what that bone is. Can you talk just a little bit more about the hyoid bone in general in a young person like Ms. Baker?
The hyoid bone, like I said, is a C-shaped bone that sits just above the voice box. Initially, the bone is a little bit pliable. Young people have softer bones. As we grow older, that bone starts to get more calcified and become more brittle. So in younger people, you're less likely to see fractures of the hyoid bone as opposed to older people. But again, in this case, there were fractures both on the right and the left-hand side of the hyoid bone.
And based on that observation and your knowledge of that part of the human anatomy, do you have an opinion as to the amount of force that would have been necessary to break that bone?
It was a significant amount of force.
And to follow up on that a little bit more, Dr. Falzon, you've described the ligature previously and the ligature marks on Ms. Baker. Now, with the hyoid bone as well, do you have an opinion as to, and again, taking into account all of your observations from Ms. Baker's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner in which that strangulation with the ligature occurred?
Like I said earlier, the ligature encircled the entire neck, so it passed from behind, looped in the front, and then the ends of the ligature held on each side.
And anything about the existence of those defensive wounds on Ms. Baker's left hand that we previously described, is that significant in any way as to your findings related to the ligature?
I wouldn't say to the ligature. It's more in relationship to the
stabbing.
stab wound.
I understand. Dr. Falzon, those are all the questions I have for now. Mr. Cruz will have some questions, sir.
Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I move the podium, please?
You may, absolutely.
Good morning, Dr. Falzone.
Morning.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Do you recall you and I speaking previously?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree with the statement that Ms. Baker had a height of approximately 69 inches and weighed 113 pounds?
Correct.
Is it fair to state that Ms. Baker's earlobes were each pierced with a stud-type earring with a clear stone in each earlobe?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Ms. Baker had blunt force trauma to the head?
Correct.
And you previously admitted that you took photographs of Ms. Baker's condition. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 5. May I approach?
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Cruz show me the exhibit before he...
That's correct.
May I approach you?
Okay.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of Ms. Baker as you saw her?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does that photograph, appear to be altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. I can't say that I think it's an altered, no.
That's fair. Are those injuries consistent with the injuries that you witnessed on Ms. Baker?
They are.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
May I approach Dr. Falzone? Dr. Falzone, you stated in your autopsy report that contusions also surround the anal region. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you identified the contusion as a 4.5 by 7 centimeter contusion that surrounds the anus. Is that accurate?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I've provided Dr. Falzone with Defense Exhibit 6. Dr. Falzone, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it fair to describe that there are 2 photographs of Ms. Baker's anus and 1 photograph of Ms. Baker's upper body, chest to head?
Correct.
Would you agree that the contusions that surround the anus support that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally?
Yes.
May I approach? Okay. Oh, here. Your Honor, I move to admit Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
And I would like to publish Defense Exhibit 6 to the jury. And just to make sure we're clear, these are photos of her anus and her upper body. Is that right?
Correct.
The state spoke with you about the packaging on state's exhibit. May I see those exhibits? Are those the exhibits that were introduced? On State's Exhibit 25 and State's Exhibit 26. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Just to refresh you on what those are. And you recognize these from direct examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that the way that these are packaged, and please stop me at any time if I say it wrong, I just want to confirm that I heard you correctly, that you get a vaginal swab, you then make a smear out of it, but because mold may get on the swab if you leave it out, mold may get on the swab because it's wet, you leave it out to air dry, and then a technician would package it up later. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. The question I have for you, does no one check the technician when he labels or she labels the items to ensure accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, Dr. Falzone, is it possible I'll ask you this way. If no one checks, how do we ensure what's in either package?
It should have O, A, and V in front of each and every swab, the respective swab.
If it's checked.
Obviously, it wasn't done correctly in this case.
Correct. Are you aware that it is extremely important to collect and store swabs a certain way if DNA is involved?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if it's done incorrectly, it could affect the results of any subsequent DNA testing of those items?
Absolutely.
In regards to the way that the swabbing takes place, for oral swabs, if you remember, did you do swabbing of the lips, the cheeks together, or is that something you would do individually?
It would be done individually. So we would put the swabs in the space between the cheek and the teeth and then insert it into the mouth, into the oral cavity.
So one swab would start with teeth. Say that again one more time. I'm sorry.
In the space between the cheek and the teeth and then insert it into the oral cavity itself.
Okay, but we don't do the area in front of the teeth and the lip?
No.
Okay. So teeth and cheek and oral cavity, I'm assuming, is just
inside the mouth.
Excellent. Thank you. In regards to the stabbing, I believe the state. Can I use your knife? I believe the state asked you to do a demonstration of your opinion of the way the stabbing took place.
Correct.
Is that the only way Ms. Baker's stabbing could have occurred?
Given the direction of the wound, that is the most plausible explanation for that. I don't know if you had any other, explanations that I could assess as to whether they're plausible or not.
Well, I may have one.
Okay.
But the question that I'm asking now is the demonstration that that was performed on direct. Is that the only way that the stabbing could have happened?
I mean, there could be other ways. I mean, if you had a left-handed individual,
So I'm left-handed, face to face, and if I was to do it this way, we would get the same result?
Essentially, yes.
Right. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Just to confirm, the next exhibit, would that be Defense Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Falzone, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I'm showing Dr. Falzone what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. Dr. Falzone, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8 as additional photographs of Ms. Baker's anus?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of Ms. Baker's anus as you remember?
Yes, but it also has the vulva with the burn injuries that I mentioned earlier on the direct.
Can I approach?
Sure. The burn across the upper.
Where's the vulva?
That would be here.
What is this here?
That would be the anal region down there.
May I publish these photos?
Well, you need to tender them.
Please forgive me.
That's right.
I move to amend Defense Exhibit 7.
Any objection about Exhibit 7 or 8? They are admitted, and you may publish, Mr. Cruz.
Well, that would be the vulva again, different orientation. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. If media would just turn their cameras off, we're going to post these pictures. Thank you. We're going to continue on as scheduled. So, the document camera is on, Mr. Cruz. You may use it.
Okay. This is going to be Defense Exhibit 7. It's over there, Your Honor.
Is it already on the screen?
No, ma'am. I'd like to use my laptop.
I see. I'm sorry. I had the wrong one on. I thought you were going to use the... I thought you were using that machine. Hang on just a minute. Now.
Dr. Falzone, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen, okay? I believe when you were on direct examination with the state, and can you look over here, Doctor, just so I can point to it for you? You just bring the resolution down. Just make it just a tad bit smaller. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit more. All right, about right there. You mentioned that this area was her vagina. Is that right?
Correct. Her introitus, yeah, the vulva.
Okay. And you said this area here is her
Anus. And this would be above her pubic area where the purple area is. That's a post-mortem burn artifact.
Okay, so the question I have for you, and I may need to use another exhibit if you don't see it, is it possible that she would have pubic hair around her anus but no hair around her vagina? Okay. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Hi, any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Falzon, I think in connection with Defense Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hand that to you, if I can approach you. It was, when you were asked questions about Defense Exhibit 6, I believe you were asked a question as something to the effect of, with the injuries to Ms. Baker's anus being consistent with sexual assault.
Correct.
You recall that question? And just to be clear, would that also apply to the injuries that you observed to her vagina?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Would the injuries that you observed to her vagina also be consistent with sexual assault?
Correct.
Okay. And as it relates to either of those, does a sexual assault necessarily indicate that there's going to be the presence of any physical evidence recovered on that sexual assault kit?
Not necessarily.
What could be some reasons why that might be, sir?
I mean, one would expect to find DNA related to semen, but there may not be semen present there. I mean, the individual may not have ejaculated, a condom may have been used, a foreign object may have been used, so there's multiple explanations as to why DNA may not be recovered.
And are you familiar with the idea of, or the, I guess the phenomenon of drainage, sir?
Fluids travel by gravity.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's all I was asking. Thank you. And then also on cross-examination, you were asked if the labeling of the items, the question that I heard was that the labeling affects the results of the DNA testing. My question to you, sir, is could the fact, let me think of the best way to ask this. Does the labeling itself, what is marked on a certain exhibit, have anything to do with the results of any testing of what is inside?
It would impact the interpretation of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any requests, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. Just
Go ahead.
one thing with Defense Exhibit 6. May I publish Defense Exhibit 6 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes. How did you want to do that? On your computer?
No, I was just going to hand them.
That's fine.
May I approach you, Dr. Falzon? Thank you. And for the record, Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 6 was identified as Ms. Baker's anus and the upper area of her body. But otherwise, Your Honor, I thank you. I have no other questions for Dr. Falzon. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Bolden, any other questions of this witness? May this witness be excused. Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
State calls Katie Lawnstein.
Who'd you get? Katie Longstein. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please speak towards the microphone, and if you would state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my full name is Catherine Lawnstein, Katherin, Lahnstein, but everybody calls me Katie.
All right. Ms. Lawnstein, what professional field are you involved in?
I'm an attorney
Okay. And where did you attend law school?
here at the University of Georgia.
And what years did you attend school at the University of Georgia?
2000 to 2003.
Before you got to UGA, where did you complete your undergraduate degree?
At the University of Virginia in Charlottesville.
All right. And in law school, can you describe the way during the first year of law school that the student body is divided?
Yes, so we're divided into 3 sections, X, Y, and Z. And you have all of your classes with the folks that are in your section for your entire first year.
And while you were in law school, did you ever meet an individual named Tara Louise Baker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when did you meet Tara?
Very first day of law school, we were in orientation, and that was the moment.
And so when you say that was the moment, it seems like it was a quick friendship. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. Literally from that moment, Tara and I and another woman named Jenya became very good friends. I don't remember many moments of law school after that we weren't together, studying, walking, anything.
All right. So can you explain to the jury kind of the academic rigor involved in that first year of law school?
Yes, exhausting. You are in class 5 to 8 hours a day, then you are studying another 5 to 6 hours a day. If you're lucky, you sleep some, eat some, but it is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life.
That experience, and in particular, sharing it with the same people in every class, did you find that to increase or impact the way relationships were forged at all?
Yes. You form these bonds through the stress that you're going through. You're all learning the same thing, you're all studying the same things, and you're all exhausted in the same way. People would form friendships that would turn into marriages. People would form friendships that turn into lifelong friendships. It's just unlike anything I've been through before. It's like being in the trenches, I suppose, although, I don't know other way to describe it.
All right. And so would you say that you would you characterize your relationship with Ms. Baker as falling into that category of relationships?
Yes, I would say from early on, I have called her one of my best friends. And I know it feels too short, but I don't know how to describe it other than if you don't go through that sort of very difficult thing with someone and it bonds you in this really particular way.
And as it relates, I think you've already testified to this, but there are 3 sections. You take all your classes with that section that you're in. Is that right?
Yes, first and second semester, your whole first year.
Okay. I'm going to show, Your Honor, Mr. Cruz, what's marked as State's Exhibit 34. And, Your Honor, I ask for permission to approach the witness and then continue to move freely through the well of the court as I question her.
Right.
Ms. Lawnstein, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 34. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that. Once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
Yes, I have seen it.
Okay.
I've looked at it.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the schedule from our second semester, so in beginning of January 2001 here at law school. Mm-hmm.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what your schedule was for that semester of law school beginning in January of 2001?
It does.
Judge, I move to tender states 34.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And, Your Honor, I'm not going to necessarily ask to publish this to the jury at this point, but I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Lawnstein. As it relates to Fridays for y'all, did y'all have classes on Fridays?
Yes.
All right. And what classes did you have?
We had property property, tort, and civil procedure.
Okay. And property, was that the first class of the day?
Yes.
All right. And what time did that property class start?
9:30 in the morning.
All right. And I don't think we covered this, but are you still practicing law?
Yes, I am.
All right. Where do you practice law?
I live in Washington, D.C., and I work for an agency called the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation.
And so backing up now, back to January of 2001, I want to ask you about a Thursday evening, which would have been January 18th of 2001. Would you and Miss Baker ever study together?
Frequently, if not every day.
Okay. And so where would y'all study when you studied?
So the law library always, but there are different parts of the law library. There's this sort of first room you come into that has these big windows and it's very sun-filled, but it's a more casual part where people sometimes have conversations. So sometimes you would study there if you were doing a study group or if you were just reading and it wasn't too intense. And then there's this walkway you can go through and you go into the quiet part of the library. And that's where you would go if you were studying for an exam, trying to write a paper, trying to focus.
Okay. And so that evening on that Thursday, were you and Miss Baker studying together?
Yes, we were in the quiet part of the library.
Okay. And as best you recall, I recognize as we sit here, it's been over 25 years since that night. Do you recall about when Miss Baker may have arrived at the law library to study with you?
Yes, I think she got there around 7:30.
Okay. And do you recall what y'all may have been working on?
I believe it was a paper. It was definitely more than just like marking our law books because we both had our computers. So I believe we were writing something. And I know it sounds early because it was early in the semester, but that's just law school for you.
And as it relates to kind of that semester and Miss Baker's plans, was she approaching that semester with any kind of renewed or, I guess, elevated level of commitment to her grades?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we all were, but she was the most organized, so she had a definite plan, whereas people like me were like, I'll try harder. But the end of our first semester was probably a bit of a shock to all of us, or, grades are hard. So her plan was to be more rigorous about her time in the library and to sort of make it into a job, like ending time, definite stay for the whole period.
And is there any particular ending time that you recall that Miss Baker was committed to?
Yes, it was 10 p.m.
Okay. So that evening, did you stay till 10 p.m.?
I did not. I had been at the library before. She had joined me there. So at that point, I was ready earlier than she was to go home. So I probably left around, I want to say around 9. Could have been a little bit later, but probably around 9.
Okay. And so was Miss Baker the type of person who had a lot of concern for the people around her?
Yes. I had to walk to school from based on where I lived. I lived just over the railroad tracks, above where the Blind Pig Tavern used to be. And so not the safest of routes. So anytime I had left the library or school or anywhere before her, she would insist that I call her when I got home.
And so the area that you're describing, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but if you come down East Campus Road going from North Campus to South Campus and you turn left onto Research Drive, I believe it is, it goes by that area that you're talking about?
I think that's right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry.
Go ahead, but I think I misnamed that street, but if you turn left underneath where the railroad tracks go over. Is that what you're talking about?
It's in that direction, yes. It's actually been torn down and is a parking lot now, but that's the right direction, yes.
Okay. And so did she had that concern, did she ask you to do anything? Well, and that's going to call for hearsay. So I'm going to withdraw that question, Your Honor. Were you supposed to do anything when you got home?
Yes, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I did not.
All right. And so did you receive a phone call that evening?
Yes, she called me about 9:30, maybe 9:45, and then she admonished me, scolded me because I had failed to call her, but I just didn't mean anything bad. I just forgot.
Okay. Do you need a cup of water or a moment?
Have some. Thank you so much.
There's some tissues over there beside you if you see them and need them. Is that the last time you ever talked to Tara?
Yeah. I think the last thing she ever said to me was I said, hello, and she said, you did not call me. And I said, I know, I'm so sorry. And she said, but you're okay? I said, I am. And she said, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And that was kind of it.
So when you say I'll talk to you tomorrow, this is Thursday night.
Yes.
So tomorrow would be Friday, January 19th, 2001. Is that right?
Yes.
I would just object to leading questions. I've given counsel leeway. I didn't want to just make.
All right.
I would ask the honorable court to instruct them to ask appropriate questions.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection if you will rephrase your questions to be non-leading.
Yes, Your Honor. What day would the next day have been?
January 19th, 2001.
And what day of the week would that have been?
Friday.
Okay. And so on Friday, what would y'all's first class of the day have been?
I believe it was property.
All right. And I think we already talked about this, but about what time did that start?
At 9:30 in the morning.
Was Tara in class?
No, she was not.
Was that something that was unusual for Tara?
It was. And we did, I recall my friends and I discussing it, but we thought, well, it's her birthday weekend. Maybe she slept in,
Okay. Did she show up for any of her classes after that?
No.
I would make the same objection. We've had 3 leading questions that the state asks questions appropriately.
All right, so the prior 2 questions were leading. I'm going to sustain your objection with regard to that and ask the state to make sure that you rephrase and you don't lead your witness. The last question was actually not a leading question, so I'll overrule your objection with regard to the last question. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the last question I asked you is, did Tara show up for any of your classes that day?
She did not show up for any of our classes. No.
Okay. Were there any plans that y'all had for that evening?
Yes. As I said, it was her birthday weekend. So we had all planned to meet at a bar called The Winery just after class. And we did go. Her friends and I went, and she was not there.
Okay. When did you find out what had happened to Tara?
The next morning on January 20th.
Okay. How is it that you learned about Tara's murder?
A friend of mine from law school named Jim Davis called me, and he said, Katie, I'm so sorry, but Tara's died. And I yelled at him, and I was very mean. And I told him he was not funny, and then I hung up on him. And then I called our friends. We called them the Ericks because they lived in the same house. So I called the Ericks, and one of them answered. And I said, Eric, Jim has said the most insane thing to me. And he said that Tara died. So I need you to go get your paper and tell me he's wrong. And he did. He went out, and when he came back onto the line, he was just very and he said, Katie, I'm sorry. She died. I don't remember her.
Any response, Mr. Yellowman-Shilley, with regard to the hearsay objection?
Ms. Lawnstein, I think the court's instruction to you would be, and my instruction is that please don't talk about in your answer anything anyone else said to you.
Fair enough.
Any objection? Continue.
I apologize. After that, I asked the friend that I was with to get me a newspaper. So that person did purchase me a newspaper. And then I saw the headline, Student Slain, and then the next thing I remember is I fell down, and then I started crying, and I don't know when I stopped, but that's how I found out.
I want to ask you a little more about your relationship with Tara. And I think, Jenya also seems to have been part of this group. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would Tara share things with y'all that she didn't share with kind of the rest of the law school section and class?
That is my perception, yes.
Okay. Was there anything related to her last name that she shared with you that she didn't share with the rest of the law school section and class, to your knowledge?
Yes. To my knowledge, this was something she kept a little more private. Her name had been Barker. It was the name of the man who was her biological father, and she had changed it pretty close to law school, from my understanding, to Baker, which is the man she calls her daddy, his last name.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not Tara was dating anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that person, if you know?
His name was Chris. I'm sorry, I don't remember his last name, but yes, she was dating Chris, and she'd been dating him for a while, as far as I knew.
Did Tara, and I'm not asking you to get into anything Tara said to you, okay, but did she ever talk to you about Chris?
Yes, in a very normal way. We talked about our friends, we talked about our families, we talked about our relationships. I myself was in a relationship with at a time, so we shared stories like that. Mm-hmm.
What was, based on those conversations with Tara, what was your impression of their relationship?
That it was good. She was positive. She would smile when she talked about him. No, nothing except for happy.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Lawnstein.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Sorry for your loss, Ms. Lawnstein. Your Honor, I do not have any questions, but I would ask if we could approach.
All right, may approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for right now. If you'll go into the jury room, don't talk about the case. We'll be with you shortly. There are some things I need to take up outside your presence. Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, do you want to clarify your question and see if I understand what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Before our trial, I filed residual hearsay motions. The Honorable Court entered an order stating that I could not ask any witness anything about what Ms. Baker told them until, I believe you prefaced it on, depending on what Chris Melton's testimony was. You said you would make a ruling after, I'm going to paraphrase, you would make a ruling once Chris Melton testified. You instructed me that in opening, I could not mention anything that Ms. Baker may have said to anyone. And as you know, in opening yesterday, I was held in contempt for making a statement that Chris Melton made that the Honorable Courts, that Mr. Yalamachili asked for, and the Honorable Court granted, saying that I violated Rule 412, based on me stating that Mr. Melton stated she must have been with someone else when he was told that somebody else's DNA was found after he knew for 25 years somebody else's DNA was, or at least he was told DNA was present. Based on yesterday, I said, well, look, I need to be conservative. I don't want to offend the court in any way. I don't want the court to think I'm doing anything intentional when I'm not. So I assumed that Ahmad don't speak on anything regarding Tara Baker's statements until the Honorable Court makes a ruling. However, Mr. Yalamachili just asked Ms. Lawnstein, based on what Tara Baker told you, what is your impression of the relationship? And I looked at the Honorable Court to see if the Honorable Court was going to say anything. Nothing was said. So that's why I came to the bench to just get clarity. And the only thing I want to do, Your Honor, I just don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you. Yesterday, I got held in contempt, and I didn't even realize that I was doing something that was improper. So I'm trying to make sure I'm walking on eggshells for Your Honor. I'm trying to make sure I do everything right for Your Honor. So I just want clarity that if that question is okay based on the court's order. That's the only thing I want clarity on. Can I ask witnesses based on what Ms. Baker told them? What is their impression of the relationship with Chris Melton and Ms. Baker?
All right, Mr. Cruz, you are mischaracterizing the court's order completely. Yesterday's moments were based on a ruling that the court made on January 21st with regard to the state's appropriate filing of a 412 motion. And we've said this, we've discussed this over and over again, and the court has noted over and over again that the defense did not file a 412 motion. The defense only acknowledged in open court to the state, with regard to their motion, that the only person that they would introduce or attempt to introduce evidence for with regard to any exception for 412 was Mr. Melton. And we've discussed over and over again the fact that should the defense wish to attempt to introduce evidence other than Mr. Melton, that a proper motion had to be filed. We've talked about that over and over again. Yesterday, I made a finding that you first attempted to circumnavigate that policy, that procedure, by insinuating certain things in your opening. The state made an objection. I sustained it. And I had a pretty lengthy discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury, warning counsel not to do that. When you did it again, the state made an objection. I sent the jury out, and that's when I made a finding of contempt after allowing you certainly to explain yourself. And I found that that was a violation of the court's order with regard to 412. And so your characterization for the court about what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say is not, does not comport with what happened yesterday. The motion that you filed, notice of intention to introduce residual hearsay testimony, is in relation to certain statements that you are asking the court to admit. They are pending. And they are pending because I made, and you appropriately said this, it will depend on how the evidence unfolds. And we will take up these motions again if necessary as the case proceeds. But there is nothing improper in the way that Mr. Yellowman-Chile asked that question. And it has nothing to do with 412. It doesn't have anything to do with my prohibition that I gave the defense. I think the insinuation that the court is being unfair and allowing one side to do something and the other side not to do something is absolutely mischaracterizing my order. And so I'm responding to your comments, Mr. Cruz. If you have an objection to the state's questions, you certainly may present it right now, and I will make a ruling.
This is the situation the defense is in. I am handcuffed. Being held in contempt is a very severe sanction against an attorney. It is very severe. So what I have to navigate is being respectful to the court, also following the law, but most importantly, following the court's orders. The state, they have no prohibitions on him. I can't argue consent. The court has said, well, you can't say anything about consent in regards to the DNA. Mr. Yellowman-Chile, who got up yesterday and said, oh, Mr. Cruz is so disingenuous. This prosecution is disingenuous. This guy is innocent. The evidence will show he's clearly innocent. So, but I won't go there. But we have restrictions. We have restrictions on us that the state does not have. So what I have to do, because I've been held in contempt, is I have to make sure I don't do anything that'll surprise me like it did yesterday.
Okay.
So
Mr. Cruz, I would like to respond this way. Your characterization of being handcuffed, so you speak, is very unfortunate. And I think that is an unfortunate way to address the fact that the only reason that we're having this discussion is because you have not filed the appropriate motions for the court to take up. And the ruling that the court made about whether the defense can introduce a defense of consent and other things that you mentioned are because, and we have talked about this many times, that you have failed to file the proper motions. Because when you file the proper motions, the court will hear argument as to whether your motions are appropriate, as to whether the evidence you are seeking to admit is admissible. And if that is not done, then what you're seeking to admit is not allowed. And that is just the law. And so to characterize the court's allowing one party to do things and the other side being, in your words, handcuffed is not accurate. It is misleading. That is not why the court made a finding of contempt yesterday. I'm not going to go back over my finding, but suffice it to say, I think I was pretty thorough on the record twice about whether the defense was allowed to say certain things. The rulings that I have made that supported the court's comments yesterday are in the record. They are on the record. And Mr. Cruz, you are very well aware of the reasons that the court made those rulings. And so unless and until the defense files the proper motion, which would then provide the atmosphere for both sides to argue as to whether the evidence you're asking to admit is admissible, it is prohibited. And that is the law. And so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think your characterization of what is allowed and is not allowed is mischaracterized. I can't think of another way to say it.
Your Honor, we gave you 5 cases that 412 did not apply to a defendant saying that to a rape allegation, he's raising the defense.
I'm not going to revisit that moment, Mr. Cruz. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it is not appropriate to re-argue that you're right and the court is wrong. There is another venue for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made a ruling, and you certainly can take it up if necessary in another venue. But for now, I'm not going to revisit that ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made that ruling. And until you are filing the appropriate motions to be heard, and I've told you yesterday that if you do file those motions, even though they are not timely, I will consider them. But until then, my ruling does stand. And so I just need to ask you your objection right now so that I know that I've finally finished making whatever ruling it is with regard to what Mr. Yalamanchili was talking about.
So I didn't have an objection. That's why I approached the bench. The question that I was asking, because
Yes.
maybe I'm misinterpreting what the Honorable Court instructed me to do and to stay away from. I just want to know, because what I'm scared of is I ask the question, Mr. Yalamanchili hops up, Judge, he's done this on purpose, hold him in contempt again. I'm just asking, Judge, is it okay? And we could have kept it at the bench. Is it okay? I just want to be clear. Is it okay if I ask witnesses the exact question? Based on what Ms. Baker told you and what she discussed in her relationship, what was your impression about Ms. Baker's and Chris Melton's relationship? Is that an okay question for me to ask?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yes,
That's what the state just asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was one of the moments with regard to that particular witness, Mr. Melton, that was basically properly noticed by the defense to the state, because we had a hearing where we had that discussion. And so even though that notice was an oral notice as opposed to a written motion, we had that discussion in court. My ruling on the 21st was based on that acknowledgement by the defense to the state in proper form. So yes, sir. The answer to your question is yes. Mr. Yalamanchili, did you want to respond at all? I've been talking with Mr. Cruz. You're the other party. If you'd like.
Is there has been testimony from the witness, and some of the predicate requirements may be met about truthfulness, and then the court, obviously it will be in your discretion even to admit or deny the introduction of those statements. But I just want to establish for the record, the state did not elicit any hearsay statement regarding Ms. Baker saying what it was about the relationship. We established foundation that this is a person who had discussions with Ms. Baker about her relationship, and we laid a foundation that they had a close and trusted friendship, and then just asked her about her impressions of their relationship. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
And I think that's an important distinction. So, Mr. Cruz, with regard to your question, let's go back to your question. Your question about eliciting information about the witness's impression of any status of relationship between Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton is certainly permissible. The state just asked it. The defense can ask the same thing. What neither party can do right now is elicit hearsay testimony. And let me just rephrase so we're on the same page. Because sometimes these things can get very technical, and I want to make sure that all parties are on the same page, and that is this. For example, asking a question of this witness or any witness, based on what Ms. Baker told you, do you have an opinion on X, Y, and Z? At the moment, that's not a permissible question, right? Because it is eliciting hearsay. The way that Mr. Yalomachili has just phrased what he asked this witness is permissible based on your relation. I'm not going to tell you how to make your question, but something to the effect of how he just phrased it, based on your relationship with a certain person, the hours you spent together, the things that you discussed. Do you have an impression of the relationship? That kind of a question is permissible. The state just asked something like that. The defense has every right to respond and ask the same kind of a question. But eliciting actual hearsay testimony is not permissible at this point. Does that make sense?
I agree with the Honorable
Okay.
Court's ruling. I just
All
wanted to make sure that I'm within the proper parameters, and just let the Honorable Court know, exactly where we're coming from as the defense. It's new ground when a prosecutor stands up and says, Judge, this attorney has said something and he should be held in contempt, and he's held in contempt. When the statement, again, that Chris Melton said she must have been with someone else when confronted with DNA has nothing to do with 412. I am very familiar with the 412 statute. That has nothing to do with 412.
We're not.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Judge, just because Mr. Cruz has directly referenced statements that I've made, I would just like to say I've never in my career as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, thankfully, until this trial, been put in a situation where I had to make that request, but we were put in a situation where we had to make that request.
For both parties, I'm not going to relitigate the moment where I've held you in contempt, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to tell you that the comments that you have made, in my opinion, are mischaracterizing what happened yesterday. I'm not relitigating that moment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask that all parties move on.
Yes, ma'am.
It is 5 after 12. I'm instructing both parties not to violate my ruling on 412. If there is a motion filed, even though it is untimely, I will consider it. But other than that, we need to move along. So is there anything else, Mr. Cruz, you would like to ask the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just to let you know, I am walking on eggshells, so if I have concerns about something, I'll just ask to approach the bench. It doesn't even have to be on the record. I just want to make sure I don't violate anything that the Honorable Court puts in place.
Well, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that walking on eggshells is a fair representation of what happened yesterday. I think the appropriate response should be to review the court's rulings and just recognize what they are and not violate them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. If you'll bring the jury up, please. Thank you.
Send it up to the jury.
Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Yalomachili, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Cruz indicated that he didn't have any cross-examination questions for Ms. Lawnstein, and I don't have any.
I'm not sure I heard that. Okay, so you were finished. Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yalomachili, anything else from this witness?
No, Judge.
May she be excused.
We'd ask that she is.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right. You may be excused. Thank you. May I see counsel at the bench now that we are excusing that witness? All right, Mr. Yalomachili, you may call your next witness.
State calls Ms. Adena Gray.
Could you get Ms. Adena Gray, please? Thank you.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
Athena Gray, Athena, last name Gray, Gray.
And ma'am, where are you currently employed?
Athens Clarke County Police Department in the Communications Division.
And is that sometimes referred to as the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And what does the 911 center do in Athens Clarke County?
We process incoming calls for service.
And how long have you been working there?
About 11 years.
What type of training have you received for your current position?
I am post-certified as a communications officer with the state of Georgia. I have received training for communications training officer, communications officer, senior communications officer, and several supervisory skills management courses.
And what is your current title?
I'm the 911 training coordinator.
Okay. And when someone calls 911, is there a document produced?
That's correct. When someone calls 911, we get anti-alley information. That means automated number information and automated location information. What that means is if someone calls in from a cell phone, then we get the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates that the cell phone tower is bouncing off of. We also get the phone number and we get the provider. So whether it's AT&T or Sprint, if it's calling from a landline, then we get the subscriber information, whether it's a business or a residence. We also get the phone number and the address that it's registered to. Now, in order to create a call for service, we need to know two things. We need to know what the address is, and we need to know what the problem is. Once we get that information, then we can create a call for service in something called CAD. CAD is an acronym for Computer Aided Dispatch. It's a system that we use to create the calls for services. As the call taker is gathering the information, they can enter that into the CAD system, and another person in the room will dispatch it out for service. And you hit on the next couple of questions I was going to ask, so you gave me a chance to skip down a little bit. Is information entered by the call taker and logged into CAD?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained. If you'll rephrase, Mr. Yellowman, don't leave your witness.
Well, Judge, I was going to ask a question that was about the testimony that she just gave. She just testified that the call taker enters information into CAD. And so my question was about that answer.
All right.
Well, that wasn't a question at all.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to sustain the objection in the manner in which you asked it. I certainly will allow both parties to provide context to their direct examination questions or their cross if they choose to, but just make sure you don't lead your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Is the time that information is entered recorded in the CAD?
It is.
Okay. And is the CAD maintained?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Is the CAD maintained in the normal course of regularly conducted activity by the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And is that part of the regular practice of the center?
It is.
Are you familiar with the system that is used to record and maintain information for 911 calls?
I am.
And Judge, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, I would object to the statements that are in this document on confrontation ground clause, on the grounds of the confrontation clause. And that's to State's Exhibit 35. As far as the computer-generated information,
Judge,
I have no objection.
Your Honor, and I think defense counsel has actually filed a motion to this effect, but if we could limit speaking objections, please.
All right. May I see counsel at the bench for a moment, please? Thank you. let's just get through this witness. The proper way to do it is
Mr. Ray, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. If you could review that and let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Okay.
And what is that document?
It's a CAD fire report.
Okay. And is there any address associated with that?
It is.
Okay. What's the address associated with it?
160 Fawn Drive and 175 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And is there any date as far as when the call was made?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what is that date?
January 19, 2001.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that fire CAD?
That's correct.
Judge, I move to tender 35 at this time.
all right, Mr. Cruz, any objections, sir?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And, Your Honor, I move to publish the CAD at this time.
Let me do so. You want to do it on the computer? I mean, on the screen?
Yes, Judge.
Give it a second.
I have the blue light on over here, which,
That's one over here, too.
well, and Your Honor, I think for purposes of the questions that I have for Ms. Gray, we could do it without publishing it at this time, Judge.
All right.
Sir, I'm going to hand this back to you. So there are multiple dates on that CAD. And we've already talked about the incident date from the call. Are there any other dates in the top left-hand corner of that document?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is that date?
That's when it was printed out.
Okay, and so, but what specifically is the date?
March 24th, 2006.
All right, and so just to clarify, you just testified that that's the date it's actually printed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but what was the date of the actual call?
January 19th, 2001.
Okay, and is there a time associated with the call?
Yes.
What is that time?
11/22/23.
Okay. And as information is entered into the CAD, are there timestamps associated with that?
There is.
Okay. And I want to ask you about a timestamp from 11/22/41. What is the information entered by the call taker at that time?
11/22/01.
I had it in my notes as 11/22/40.
Objection,
Oh, I see.
Your Honor. Objection. Counsel asks question, witness gives testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you're clarifying your question. Go ahead.
Says called in from 175, said he's across the street, looks like 160 is on fire.
Okay. The entry at 11/32/50.
Per command, get investigator.
At 11:33:36.
Command advise victim in structure.
And then at 11:34:36.
Command advise need forensics.
Okay. And that, those times that are noted, is that AM or PM?
AM.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Gray at this time.
All right, Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
I have no questions for you, Ms. Gray. I just want to thank you for your service.
Mr. Yelman-Chili, can we excuse this witness?
I'd ask you to be excused, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break right now. I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you this entire time that we have met. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Please don't do any independent research, of course. Don't go on the internet in any way and look up anything you may have heard today or before today. And other than that, enjoy your lunch. I'd like for you all to come back here by 1:30. We're going to start testimony again, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all at 1:30. Thank you.
Because I was about to mislabel it as 36 number 2. So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 37. Please review it and let me know when you've had an opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's 37?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's an aerial photograph of the development at Fawn Drive and adjacent streets, including all the residences there.
All right. And are you familiar with that area of Athens during that time period?
A little bit, yes.
Yes, sir. Do you believe that is a fair and accurate depiction of that area during the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, I move to tender States 37 at this time and publish it to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, for the record, hand Mr. Cruz States 38, 39, 40. May I publish this using the Elmo, Judge?
You may. All right, thank you. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And so, jury, please go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Counsel, just a jury member needed to take a break. Please be seated. Mr. Yalamanchelli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start calling you Lieutenant Leall. Every time I say Mr. Leall, it just feels weird to me. So I'm just going to refer to you as Lieutenant Leall from now on. Sir, you have State's Exhibit 37, which has been admitted into evidence up on the screen there. Your Honor, would you enable the ability for Lieutenant Leall to draw on the screen? Thank you. And Lieutenant Leall, looking at that image, can you draw a circle around where 160 Fawn Drive is located?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so looking at that image, it seems to me at least, well, let me just ask you a question. Is there anything different about the roof at 160 Fawn Drive from the other roofs in the area?
Yes, sir. It's covered with a tarp.
Okay. And could you point out where Cooper Road is in relation to 160 Fawn Drive if you just draw a line across the roadway?
Yes, sir. This would be Cooper Road here.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 38, 39, and 40. Same thing as before. Take a moment to look at those and let me know if you recognize what they are.
Yes, sir. I do recognize them.
And starting with State's Exhibit 38, what do you recognize that to be?
That is a diagram of the floor plan of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
All right. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it is.
I move to tender State's 38 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Hearsay to the last two exhibits.
Any response to the objection? Oh, wait, you mean of 39 and 40?
Correct.
Okay,
Those are the
let's-
ones with the titles on them.
Okay, well, we'll get to those in a second. How about 38? What is your opinion on that?
I don't recall 38 had. May I ask you 38, Your Honor, just to ensure I don't.
All right, of course.
Properly. No objection to 38.
Right, it is admitted.
State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
That is a diagram of the bedroom.
Hang on a second, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir?
39 and 40 were the two that I had the objection.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute. I'll let Mr. Yalamanchelli lay a foundation if he can, and then if he tenders it, you can object and we'll hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 39, what is that?
It's a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was located.
And who created that diagram?
I did.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I move to tender 39 at this time.
Okay, Mr. Cruz.
I would object to the hearsay in the document.
Okay, and tell me what you mean by that objection, and then Mr. Yalamanchelli, you can refer to it.
Sure, just the descriptions.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, may I see it? Yeah, just the descriptions, that's all.
Mr. Yalamanchelli, any response?
Judge, I think the descriptions, to the extent that this is a demonstrative aid and it was created by Lieutenant Leall to depict the bedroom that he was in, it's not hearsay, it's his statements as a testifying witness about what each of these things in this document are.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
39 and 40, Your Honor.
We haven't gotten to 40 yet.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 40, Lieutenant Leall, what is that?
That is also a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was found, and it includes measurements to the location from reference points to certain areas on the body, as well as other pieces of evidence in the room.
And when you say measurements, who is making those measurements?
I did.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram with measurements that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, I move to 10 to 40.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am, just hearsay to the descriptions.
All right, anything further, Mr. Yalamanchelli?
Same response as 39, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
Yes, ma'am.
And may I publish 38, 39, and 40 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. So Lieutenant Leall, starting with, froze up on me. Okay, there we go. Starting with State's Exhibit 38. I would like you to start at the bottom of that diagram, and would you please just describe for the jury the layout of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive?
The layout, starting at the bottom, is the entrance into the front of the residence. And as you enter into the living room area, you'll locate two bedrooms to your left as you walk in, and one bedroom to your right, as well as the living room area. It also depicts the restrooms and the closets related to each bedroom. And then as you go farther into the diagram, you'll enter the dining area, and it's a floor plan of the kitchen area, the laundry room, and also shows a third bedroom and a rear entrance or exit, however you look at it, to the residence. Also located when you walk in the front door to the right is a bedroom, just off the living room, the bedroom, and it has its own bathroom.
As it relates to the video that we just saw, obviously depicted in that video was Miss Baker's body. Which bedroom is it that was located in?
She was located in bedroom number 3 in the upper left-hand corner of that diagram.
All right, thank you. Now going forward to State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to point down, obviously there is a human-shaped drawing here. What is that?
That depicts the location of Miss Baker.
All right. And then there is an item that appears to be to the left as I look down of her head. What is that?
That would be a knife that was found on the floor beside the body.
And then moving up towards the top of the document, what is the next arrow pointing towards and identifying?
That is the printer cable and power transformer that went from the printer to the body of Miss Baker, and the cord itself was wrapped around her neck.
And then as we move up, directly up from there, what is that arrow and what is it depicting?
That's showing the footboard of the bed, that it was broken away from the frame of the bed. And then if you continue a little bit farther up there, you'll see the printer where that cable was run to.
And then I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
That's the same diagram. The only difference is I've added measurements from various reference points to certain items on the diagram, such as to the location of the body and of the bed, so I could put it back, the scene back together if needed on the measurements.
You mentioned taking a video, and you mentioned also taking still photos. I'm going to hand you. After I show them to Mr. Cruz, what I'm going to label as States 41, 42, 43, and 44. chance to review that, and then we'll start talking.
I viewed them, yes.
Starting with States 41, do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph taken to the entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the entrance?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I tender States 41, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 42, do you mind telling me what that is?
That is also a photograph of the front entrance to 160 Fawn Drive, just taken from a different angle.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 42, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And then as to States Exhibit 43, what is that?
That's a photograph of the damage to the front door that was made upon entry.
All right, does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 43, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And 44, what is that?
44 is a photograph of the interior towards the right as you walk in to the 160 Fawn Drive. It shows the living room area.
Thank you. Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 44, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I've handed Mr. Cruz a number of other exhibits from the state for him to review. And I would just ask the court to be allowed to publish States 41 through 44 for the jury at this time using the element.
Granted.
So States Exhibit 41 being published now. Those hoses or tubes down at the bottom of the doorway there, Lieutenant Leall, what are those?
Those are the hoses that the fire department used to extinguish the fire.
Now, going to States Exhibit 42. I think you already stated that this is the entryway from a different angle.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 43, do you mind restating what that is?
That's a photograph of the lock and the handle on the front door showing the damage from the exterior side of the door.
And States Exhibit 44, what is this again?
That's as you enter in the front door, it's a view of the living room to the right all the way to the rear exit of the residence.
Let me see if a little more light might be helpful. Lieutenant Leall, there on the coffee table, what are we seeing?
You see some books, and you also have some, appears to be dust and soot, and possibly some fiberglass insulation on the table.
Okay. And so when you made entry into the residence and you were walking through, can you describe for the jury the condition of the residence outside of Miss Baker's room, but the remainder of the residence as you walk through it?
It was kept very well. However, it did have a lot of sooting and dusty damage as a result of the fire and the debris from the fire, as well as some water damage, and also showing in this case insulation and some drywall from where the fire department had to open holes into the ceiling and pull some of the sheetrock down to vent up into the roof.
And so I'm going to skip around a little bit as Mr. Cruz reviews the other photographs that we're going to be admitting. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is small pieces of evidence or minute pieces of evidence such as hair, fingerprints, fibers, any very small pieces of evidence, even parts of bullet fragments, anything that's minute.
Can environmental factors at a crime scene impact the ability to collect trace evidence?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and how so?
Well, like for example, when you're dealing with fingerprints and you introduce water to an area, that can help wash down fingerprints, or it affects the ability to recover fingerprints, because we typically use a powder to try to recover prints, and the water itself could cause damage to it and prevent you from recovering it. Also, you've got issues where you have, like in this case, the fiberglass insulation, blown insulation falling down. It would make it extremely difficult to recover hairs and fibers and things on the underneath that insulation. And it'd be almost virtually impossible to go through every little piece of fiber insulation to try to determine if there was any trace evidence attached to that. And also you've got temperature can affect, heat and humidity can affect the ability to recover fingerprints, and it also does damage to other items and makes it extremely difficult to recover trace evidence.
Did you end up processing this scene for trace evidence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Were environmental factors, I'm going to use the word factor twice, but was the environment a factor in trace evidence processing in this case?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample that you get from a known source, such as an individual, or, for example, if you were comparing paints, getting a known reference sample of the paint that you're to compare with the paint that you're finding, or something to compare with the item that you're collecting at the scene.
Is it important to collect known samples from people who have been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
You can use it for process of elimination, where you can, if you've got known samples of the people that live there, for example, you can use that to compare to the items that you collected at that scene to determine if it belongs to them or if it belongs to an outsider who may not typically have access to that residence or that location. So you would want the known samples to do those comparisons to eliminate some of the evidence that or trace evidence that you've recovered, to see what you're left with and to compare it as a possible unknown.
Would it be expected or normal to find trace evidence from people who had been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 45 through 62. And instead of asking you one at a time, I'm just going to let you go through all of them. Just let me know when you've had a chance to do so. Judge, while Lieutenant Leall is doing that, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibits 63 through 69.
Okay.
Kind of collectively, what are these these exhibits 45 through 62 that I handed you?
They're photographs of the interior of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive, of the various rooms, as well as the bedroom area where Miss Baker was found.
And do they all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of various parts of that residence on January 19th of 2001?
They do.
Judge, I move to tender 45 through 62 at this time and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? They are admitted. And your permission is granted.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 45. I've just put it up on the Elmo. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in 45?
Yes, sir. That's as you enter the front door of the residence that is to your right, and it shows the doorway leading to what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Thank you. And just for orientation purposes, I'll briefly put back up on the Elmo State's Exhibit 38. You said bedroom 1, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And State's Exhibit 46, what are we looking at there?
That's a photograph showing taken from the front door area going directly back to the rear of the residence. To your left would be the entrances to bedroom number 2 and bedroom number 3 where Miss Baker was located.
And I am going to show you 47 now. Is that just a slightly different angle of what's depicted in 46?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 48, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, sir, that's a photograph from the doorway entrance to bedroom number 2, which would, as you walk in the front door, that would be immediately to your left.
Okay. And I think the jury has seen the diagram. I won't do the reorientation again. Can we go to States 49? What is that?
That is also a photograph of bedroom number 2 showing as you walk in the door of the bedroom, it'd be immediately to your right, and it goes back to the bathroom for that bedroom.
State's Exhibit 50, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the kitchen area and the rear exit or entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And in particular, I'm pointing down at the picture to the bottom here. What is that at the bottom of the picture?
That is soot and water on the floor of the residence from the fire, as well as the firefighters and other personnel walking on the floor, disturbing that soot pattern. So it just kind of mixed everything up.
Would that be something you would consider an environmental factor?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 51, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the entrance to bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bedroom, and immediately to your left is a shot of the doorway going into the bathroom there that enters into that living room that is also shared through Miss Baker's room.
Sir. State's Exhibit 52 here, what are we looking at?
That's a photograph from the doorway as you enter into bedroom number 3 or Miss Baker's room, showing the wall immediately to your right as you enter.
And I'm going to point down here. What is my finger pointing at there?
That is the computer printer.
There are going to be some difficult pictures. Obviously, we've all seen the video. I'm putting up State's Exhibit 53 at this point. What are we looking at in 53?
That's a photograph showing the position of Miss Baker as she laid on the floor of the bedroom.
Okay. Right here is, what is that?
That is a strap that belongs to either a purse or an overnight bag or something that's immediately below the left hand of Miss Baker.
And it's difficult to see, but I'm going to point here, and then Judge, if I could circulate this picture to the jury. What is that around her neck?
That is the printer cable, the power cable that leads from the transformer of the printer and is wrapped around the neck of Miss Baker.
Judge, if I could, just because it is difficult. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at there?
That is also a photograph of the printer that's on the floor, and also you'll see the edge of the footboard of the bed on the left side of that photograph.
And so for orientation purposes, I'm putting State's Exhibit 39 back up. So as you come in the doorway to the bedroom from the hallway, which way would you turn to see the printer that was just depicted in State's Exhibit 54?
You would turn to your right.
All right. State's Exhibit 55, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph taken from the doorway going straight back to the rear of the room. The door that you see there is the door to the closet. And to your right would be the headboard of the bed, as well as, I believe, a picture frame that's hanging there.
And here, right here at the front of the picture, what would that be?
That's part of the sheetrock ceiling that was pulled down.
State's Exhibit 56, what are we seeing there?
That is also taken from the doorway as you enter the bedroom, and it goes like to a 45-degree angle to the back corner of the room, showing the area where the fire burned through the ceiling into the roof.
And State's Exhibit 57, is that just panning up a little higher?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And so here, is that, what are we seeing there?
That's the trees out from the distance. It's the shot. It burned through the ceiling, and it's a shot showing the sky.
State's 58, I'm going to point to the middle of the image there. What is that?
That's a wall clock.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe that wall clock yourself outside of having taken a picture of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Was it functioning when you observed it?
No, it was not.
All right. And were the hour hand and the minute hand stopped in any particular location?
They were stopped at 9:32.
State's Exhibit 59, here in the middle here, what is this?
That is the bed spring of the bed that belongs to Miss Baker, and the yellow item that goes across the bed is a fire hose.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 60, which bedroom is that in?
That is also bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bed.
And then 61, what is that depicting?
Again, that's also a photograph of the entire bed in bedroom number 3, and a little bit of the portion of the bottom shows a portion of Miss Baker's arm.
And which arm, right or left, would that be of Miss Baker's?
It would be her right arm.
Okay. State's Exhibit 62, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the public, and I'm going to use the word public entrance to the restroom or the bathroom that conjoins with Miss Baker's room.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 63 through 69. If you would, please take a look at those. And let me know when you've had a chance to review them. And Your Honor, I'm handing Mr. Cruz States 70 through 76 in this.
I'm done.
What are those?
Those are photographs of various locations inside the residence as you walk into the front door, showing bedroom number 1, which would be immediately to your right as you walk in the front door. In the interior of the room, also a photograph of the kitchen and the stove area and cabinet area to the right and the rear door. And another photograph showing the entrance to the laundry room and the kitchen table. Another photograph of showing the stove, actually 2 of them showing the stove in the kitchen area. And the last one is a photograph showing the kitchen window taken from the exterior of the residence.
Judge, I would, are these fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I move to tender States 63 through 69 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
I move to publish them to the jury.
Granted.
All right, State 63, which bedroom would this have been?
That's bedroom, what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Okay.
That's immediately to your right as you walk in the front door of the residence.
And then States Exhibit 64, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph also of bedroom number 1 showing the entrance to the bathroom that's attached to that room.
States Exhibit 55, we've moved to a different part of the house. Where are we?
That I'm standing kind of at the edge of the living room, dining room, showing a photograph of the kitchen area and the rear exit of the residence.
And States Exhibit 66, what is that depicting?
That's a photograph of the kitchen table area and the entrance to the laundry area of the residence.
And then States Exhibit 67, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the stove in the kitchen.
Can you see anything around the eyes of the stove?
Yes, sir. It's on the front left corner, you can see some charred remains of something on around the eye and along the edge of the eye. It would be the eye on the, I'm sorry, it would be the eye on the front left corner.
So as you face the stove, the front left corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State 68, what are we seeing here?
That is a closer shot of the eyes of the stove and also including that front left eye, showing the items that were there.
All right. And then States Exhibit 69, what is this item?
That's a photograph of the rear, taken from the exterior of the building of the window leading to the kitchen of the residence.
In particular, at the top and on the left side, is there anything about that screen that stuck out to you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The screen appeared to be bent downward along the top and then inward on the side as if someone was put in there to pull it down and away out of the frame.
As you began to process and investigate the scene, or I guess didn't begin, but as you are processing and investigating the scene on January 19th of 2001, was that something that piqued y'all's interest?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what, if anything, did you do to investigate that further?
Well, that item was collected. It was taken out of the frame and it was collected to be fingerprinted or processed later because it was wet. It also, we used it to kind of look at how that frame itself was bent and broken.
Okay. Was there any testing done on well, that's the wrong question. The testing on this particular screen that was taken, did that yield anything of evidentiary significance?
No, it did not.
As it relates to other screens,
You have an objection, Mr. Cruz?
I would just object to leading. I try not to make that objection too many times, but I just asked them.
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection. Don't lead your witness.
yes, Judge. Would you like me to re-ask the questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Leall, was the screen collected?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it processed?
Yes, sir, it was.
What, if any, results were yielded?
There was no identifiable prints or anything found on the screen.
As it relates to the other screens at the home, was anything done to test those screens?
Yes, sir. I myself and another investigator attempted to remove the screen from the exterior side to see how it would pull out. And during that testing, we could not remove the screen without fracturing the frame of the screen somewhere because we had to bend it so far to remove it from that window from the exterior side of the building.
And so how did the screens that y'all tested out removing them compare to the screen that we just depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
They were identical screens made of the same type of material, which I believe was aluminum, and they were approximately the same size from each one of them.
And so after you tested prying them out, did that do anything to those screens?
Yes, it broke them and bent them.
Okay. And how did those breaks and bends compare with the screen that we depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
Very similar.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 70 through 76, which have already been shown to Mr. Cruz. Once you get done reviewing them, let me know.
Sir, I'm done.
And just kind of collectively, not individually, what are these?
Those are photographs of various items. The screen itself is, or the rear window, and all photographs of Miss Baker and the area around her body, as well as the entrance to the bathroom, I believe.
Are they fair and accurate depictions from January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I moved to tender States 70 through 76 and asked to publish those to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted, and yes, you may publish.
State 70, what is that?
That's a photograph of the upper torso of Miss Baker as she was found. It also includes a photograph of the straps that was found on the bag that matched the bag to the left, her left, as she's laying there. And you see portion of the transformer that belonged to the printer there.
State's Exhibit 71.
That's a closer photograph of the cord that went from the transformer to around the neck of Miss Baker.
State 72.
That is a closer shot or another angle of the cord as it's around the neck of Miss Baker.
And State's Exhibit 73, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the broken screen from the window as it enters into the kitchen of the rear of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 74.
That's another photograph of that same screen, but that's showing, as you're facing the screen, showing the left-hand edge of that frame of that screen.
And State's Exhibit 75.
That's a photograph of the window leading into the kitchen, showing the entire screen as it was found.
And this is jumping around a little bit, I'm sorry, but State 76, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the entrance to the bathroom. I call it the public bathroom from the main room, and also the one that's shared by Miss Baker's bedroom.
And when you say public bathroom, I'm just going to put the diagram of the floor plan layout up again. And you've testified that bedroom 3 is Miss Baker's bedroom, is that right?
That's correct.
The bathroom in bedroom 3, how many doors does it have?
That has 2 doors. Okay. One that leads from the living room into the bathroom, and then the other one leads, the only way to enter through that one is through the bedroom.
Okay. And so the other 2 bathrooms in the home, how do they differ from the bathroom in bedroom 3?
The only way you can enter those bathrooms is by going inside their bedrooms.
And, Your Honor, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibits 77, 87. All right, so, I'm sorry, I didn't show these to you. State's Exhibits 77 through 87, Lieutenant Leall, I'm going to hand those to you now. Sir, haven't had a chance to review these. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And I don't need you to necessarily describe each of them right now, but kind of in general, where are they pictures from?
Those are photos that are taken inside the bedroom of Miss Baker, showing some of the items of evidence that we collected.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, I move to tender 77 through 87 and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 77, what is that?
That's a photograph of the knife that was found near the head of Miss Baker.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 78, what is that?
That's also another photograph of the knife.
Okay. And let me ask you a question real quick. Was the blade on this knife longer than 3 inches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit 79, what are we looking at here?
That's the photograph of the knife as it was found on the floor adjacent to Miss Baker.
Okay, and so immediately to the left of the knife handle, we see something. What is this here?
That is the right arm of Miss Baker.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question real quick. We see in 79 the knife handle right there, and then we see in 78 knife handle right here. Those appear in the photographs to be 2 different colors. Is there an explanation for that?
That's just the way the light reflected off of it as I was taking the photograph. When I got the photograph, I was holding the knife. It was closer to the camera in the flash, and I was getting actual true color. When it was down onto the ground, it was getting lesser light, and it was just showing a different shade of it.
Okay. When you're taking pictures in an environment, can some of the surrounding colors or the colors in the environment affect the flash?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. You may rephrase, Mr. Yalamanchili.
Are there differences in how does a flash affect photographs?
It can affect photographs in different ways by the amount of reflection onto the item that you're taking a photograph of, and then you have items, for example, this where it's a lot of dark backgrounds. It doesn't reflect the light like it should, or as well as if there wasn't anything dark there, and it will change the colors and the hues a little bit when you take the photograph and you print the photographs out, and you get a different color to it, different tints.
And I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 80 at this time. What are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of Miss Baker, and to the left of the photograph, you see the area of the printer cable that's run across and over towards her.
At any point while you were on scene processing the scene, was Miss Baker's body moved?
Yes.
Okay. Who moved it?
Myself and Agent Terry Cooper.
Why did y'all move it?
To take her out to a cleaner area and put her on some clean sheets that we had purchased to check for trace evidence, and to also try to recover fingerprints and have more room to work besides in the room where she was found.
What area did y'all move her to?
To the living room.
Okay. So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 81. When y'all, what am I seeing in 81?
You're seeing the head area of Miss Baker and the power cord that's wrapped around the neck.
Had you done anything to the power cord prior to moving her?
Yes, sir. I cut the power cord from the transformer so we could leave the power cord around the neck of Miss Baker for the forensic pathologist to view.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82, what is that?
That is the right hand of Miss Baker.
State's Exhibit 83, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the left hand of Miss Baker.
Was there anything of significance to you as a forensics detective about her left hand depicted in State's 83?
Yes, there was some wounds, defensive type wounds to the hand.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 84, what are we seeing here?
That is the leg of Miss Baker. I believe it was the right leg of Miss Baker.
Okay. And in particular, what are we seeing in this area here?
That appeared to be a blood transfer pattern that was on the leg, kind of in the shape of a hand, made by someone touching that leg.
Did you make any effort to try and process that area of her body?
Yes, sir, we did.
What did you do?
We tried several methods of trying to recover that to see if there was any fingerprint ridge detail in it. We used a chemical called TMB, and I apologize, I don't know what that TMB stands for, but it's a reagent that reacts with blood, similar to like phenolphthalein or luminol that's used to detect blood. We also applied Polaroid film to that spot in hopes that the TMB and the blood would transfer the pattern to the Polaroid film and have a chemical reaction. And then we also dusted that film with magnetic fingerprint powder, as well as processed that straight on the skin with fingerprint powder to try to recover fingerprints.
Were you successful?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about environmental factors earlier. How would the environmental factors at this scene affect, if at all, your ability to process for fingerprints?
Well, fingerprints on the body is very difficult to recover. I've only done it once or twice in my life, and that was doing it during testing on myself. It's never worked out on the scene, but it is possible. In this case, we did not have any luck because you also have environmental factors such as the water from the fire, the heat from the fire. The heat made the skin almost feel dry out to like it was leather. Fingerprints are usually left behind by oils and dirts and stuff from the fingers when you touch a surface. In this case, the heat dries that up, and also it absorbs those chemicals and that water and things into the skin because of the heat. You have the fire department putting the fire out. The fact that the water's there can wash off any of the oils or trace evidence or things on the skin. But it's extremely difficult to recover fingerprints from a body, but it's not impossible.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That is showing some of the heat damage to the side of Miss Baker.
And then State's 86, what are we seeing here?
That is the right knee and upper thigh of Miss Baker that was burned.
Did y'all process any other surfaces inside of the residence?
Yes, sir, we did. We processed the doors and the window areas looking for fingerprints.
Was there anything of significance that you noted in your processing of the doors and window areas?
We found what appeared to be white marks on the front door near the peephole, as if somebody had taken a cloth of some sort and wiped the area down. We found other areas where you had mostly water damage and things as far as fingerprinting, which fingerprint powder and water The powder is consistent with baby powder. So when it gets wet, it clumps up, and it's completely ineffective in trying to recover fingerprints, so it made it difficult. But we saw areas where it appeared to have been wiped down at some point in time before we added the powders.
Okay. Were you able to recover any prints in your processing of the scene?
We recovered one print that appeared to be a palm print on one of the doors, the interior doors, but it turned out it was unidentifiable.
And I'm putting up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a fingerprint that was found on the door. One of the, I'd have to look at my report to tell you exactly which door it was. But it was one of the doors inside the residence, one of the bedroom doors, if I recall correctly. Yeah, bedroom number 2, which would have been the first door on your left as you walked into the residence from the outside.
You made reference to a print being unidentifiable just a moment ago. Are you referring to this print or a different one?
To this print.
Okay. And I think, I'm sorry, earlier we talked about the APHIS system at the Athens Clarke County Police Department. What involvement, again, did you have with that?
Well, I was the project manager that started the program when we first got it, but then I was the APHIS operator for 7 or 8 years before I was promoted and moved on up, and I had other people trained to do it, and I took more of a supervisory responsibility.
And could you remind the jury what APHIS stands for?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
I want to back up now. We talked about the processing of surfaces for fingerprints. Let's back up to processing Ms. Baker's body in the living room on the white sheets for trace evidence.
Sure.
Were you able to find any trace evidence on Ms. Baker's person?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. When we're using the terminology trace evidence, does hair fall in that category?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 88, 89, and 90.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, if it's acceptable to the court, I was going to hand Lieutenant Leall States 88, 89, and 90, and then I was going to ask him to open it. I have a pocket knife with me. Is it okay if I hand him that to do that?
It is fine.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
There. It's all right.
First, I'll let you review 88, 89, and 90. And then I'm going to hand you this pocket knife. You mind opening those up? And then before I ask you any other questions about it, I'll take it back to defense counsel for his review. Sir? And Your Honor, Lieutenant Leall has opened states 88, 89, and 90. I'm handing those to Mr. Cruz. Sir, I'm going to hand you 88, 89, and 90. And if you could, reach inside the envelope marked states 88 and let me know what is inside of there.
It's a sealed envelope with my handwriting on it, depicting hair recovered from the torso of the victim.
Okay. Does that appear, based on the labeling, to be the hair you collected from the torso of the victim?
Based on the labeling, yes, that's correct. My seals are still intact, and my initials are over the seals.
And Judge, I move to tender states 88 at this time.
Any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Object on the basis of authentication. I spoke to the state. You said that on cross-examination, I could go through the process of authenticating what's in the envelope. So I would ask at this time not to admit the items into evidence, but on cross, I will open it up and authenticate it with the witness, and if the other court finds it appropriate, I'll admit it at that time. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yelmichilli, any response to the statement by defense counsel?
It's been appropriately authenticated to be admitted, Your Honor.
I'm going to admit it over objection, but certainly, Mr. Cruz, you can do any of those things that you'd like to on cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may continue.
States Exhibit 89, same thing.
That is an envelope, again, that has my initials over the seals that was sealed in my handwriting, depicting the hair that was recovered from the buttocks area of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be the sample that you collected and sealed in your processing of the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
And Judge, I move to tender 89 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Just an objection, Mr.
All right, thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
And then States Exhibit 90, same thing.
That is also an envelope that has my initials over the evidence seal that contains the hair that was recovered from the left hand of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be in substantially the same shape as when you collected it and sealed it inside that evidence?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to tender 90.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Only the prior objection.
All right, thank you. I'm going to admit it over objection, but you certainly can cross-examine, and it is defense counsel's time.
Were those the 3 areas of Miss Baker from which you recovered some type of hair?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your forensic processing, do you test or identify hair?
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Judge, if we could add just a moment. And I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 91 and 92. So first I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 91 and ask you to recognize that.
I do.
How are you able to recognize it?
From the markings on the bag, which depicts what's in it.
What is it?
It's the electrical cord or the ligature that was taken from around the neck of Miss Baker.
And Judge, I move to tender State's 91 at this time.
Any objection, counsel? It is admitted.
Trade, I'll hand you State's 92. What is that?
That is a sealed bag that's containing the residue that was recovered from around the eye of the stove in the kitchen.
And how do you recognize it?
It's marked on the bag as what it is, and the identification from the police department with our case number.
Your Honor, I've moved to tender State's 92 at this time.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibit 93 at this time.
This is 93.
Thank you.
That's right. That's 94. Very good, and you're on 93.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 93 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
It's a box labeled containing the knobs from the kitchen stove from Miss Baker's residence.
Okay. And let me ask you a question about those knobs on the kitchen stove. Where were those knobs when you saw them?
They were attached to the stove in its proper positions, the post that they slide onto.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to say anything that anybody said to you, but was it your understanding that they had been that way when firefighters entered the residence?
Yes.
Okay. As far as attached or not attached to the stove?
Both.
Okay. And I don't think we actually labeled this, Judge. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And does this, you've already identified it, sorry. Judge, I move to tender State's 93 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It's admitted.
Sir, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 94 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the box containing the knife that was recovered near Miss Baker.
And I'm going to move to tender 94 at this time, Judge.
Any objections, Chris?
No, ma'am.
It's admitted.
Sir, I'll hand you 95. Ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my name on the bag. Is entering it into the evidence room.
Okay. And what is it?
I'm sorry.
What is it?
It contains the wood butcher block holder for the knives that was found on the countertop next to the stove.
And Judge, I move to tender states 95 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
Sir, when you were processing the scene and collecting this evidence, do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife block?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was Farberware.
Okay. And do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife that was found in Miss Baker's bedroom?
I believe that was also Farberware.
Okay. Screws it up. You said it's 96. I'm handing Mr. Cruz states 96. Lieutenant Leall, I'm going to hand you now states 96. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's a bag that's containing the power transformer to the printer, which I cut that portion off that was around the neck of Miss Baker, and this is the remaining portion of it.
Judge, I move to tender states 96 at this point.
Any objection? Admitted.
After you finished processing Miss Baker's body for trace evidence, are you aware of what was done with her body?
Yes, she was placed into a disaster bag, and she was transported to the GBI crime lab for an autopsy.
Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to confer with Mr. Bolt.
All right, go ahead.
Lieutenant Leall, as you were processing the crime scene and also Miss Baker's body, were there any odors of significance?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Yalamichilli, Mr. Bolden, you all ready? All right. You can bring the jury in. Thank you. We have a box for you. We left it downstairs, Ms. Satterfield. Okay. Y'all may be seated. That. All right. You may let them in. I think they want to come in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Leall.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to follow up with you on some things that the state discussed with you. I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 37. Your Honor, is it okay if I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And you have continuing freedom to walk around the courtroom. You don't have to ask.
Now, we've established that you recognize that photo as an aerial view of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I would like to also show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 15. And let the record reflect I may have skipped 9, 10, and 11. These are pre-marked. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state said exhibits. Lieutenant Leall, take your time, look at those photographs. Once you've had opportunity to look at those photographs, just please look up. You recognize Defense Exhibit 12 through 15, if I have my numbering correct, as aerial views of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and they're aerial views from different angles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those photographs fair and accurate depictions of Deer Park and the surrounding area as you know it?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Have those photographs been altered in any way to your knowledge?
They don't appear to be, no.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 12 through 15 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Do you want 37 back?
I'd also like to show you State's Exhibit 47. We've established that you recognize State's Exhibit 47. Is it okay if I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
We have established that you recognize that photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you court's indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Let the record reflect that I am showing the State what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach you?
Go ahead. It's fine.
Yeah, I won't be startled.
So I handed you the State's Exhibit and I handed you Defense Exhibit 9. Would you agree that Defense Exhibit 9 is a close-up of the window depicted in State's Exhibit, I believe 27, if I'm not mistaken? I may have that number wrong.
47.
47, please forgive me.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Okay. And do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir. It's the photograph showing the window adjacent to the rear entrance or exit, however you want to look at it, to the apartment.
Yes, sir. Has that, to your knowledge, or would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
I would agree.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Yes, ma'am. And I would ask for permission to publish Defense Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 47 to the jury. Thank you. I'd like to show you what is being marked as Defense Exhibit 10. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Leall, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 10?
I do.
Okay, and you recognize Defense Exhibit 10 as the back door that's depicted in State's Exhibit 47, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's just a closer-up view of said door, is that right?
That's correct.
Would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
It doesn't appear to be altered that I'm aware of.
Yes, sir. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back door as you remember it to be?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 10 into evidence and publish same to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted and published.
Course indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71.
All right.
Now, in regards to State's Exhibit 71, I believe we saw a prior photo of material from the ceiling that was on top of Ms. Baker and on top of that item there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make the record clear, the item that I'm speaking of is the power transformer. Where the power transformer is located, once that debris was moved, is that the place that you found the power transformer located?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit 27 to members of the jury.
That was already admitted, correct?
It was.
Granted.
Thank you. And we've already established that on January 19th, 2001, you went to Ms. Baker's home and you had opportunity to view her body, correct? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the evidence located on and around Ms. Baker's body, there were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's left hand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's body. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was also a hair collected from Ms. Baker's buttocks. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to get you another pair of gloves.
No, I'm good.
Give me 1 second. Court's indulgence. All right, I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89, which contains a envelope enclosed, documented as item number 8, hair from buttock. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. I would like you to open item number 8 that was within State's Exhibit 89. And I provided you a paper towel for the hair.
Okay. There is no hair in it.
Can you repeat that?
There is no hair inside it.
Thank you.
I'm going to place this back in the envelope where I cut it open.
I'd like to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Inside State's Exhibit 88, there's an there's an envelope marked number 9, hair from torso area of victim. Are you okay with opening this for me, sir?
Yes, sir. There's no hair inside here.
Can you repeat that for the jury, please?
There's no hair inside here.
Gunner, can I take a break for a second? Bathroom break, if it's okay.
Yes, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for a couple of moments. Please don't discuss the case. You can go ahead, Ms. Cruz. Sure. Shirley, we have a box for you. Please be seated. Mr. Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Leall, did you collect hairs and put them in those envelopes?
Yes,
Okay, so at one point in time, there would have been hair in those envelopes. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you, sir. All right. I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 90, which is hair from left hand of victim. And inside State's Exhibit 90 is a white envelope marked number 10 with a description of hair from left hand of victim. May I approach? Can you open this for me? While Lieutenant Leall is looking at that exhibit, I would like to mark empty envelope number 8, which is the envelope that was supposed to contain the hair from Ms. Baker's buttocks, as defense exhibit 11. Which I'll separate from State's, I think 27. Sorry, which I separated from State's 89.
Are you asking it to be readmitted, or are you just putting a defense number on the already admitted exhibit? You want it on the envelope?
Correct.
Okay, and it's number 11. All right. So, any objection, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
I don't have an objection. I think the original larger envelope and its contents have already been admitted. However, I don't have any objection to
All right.
labeling the interior envelope.
I will admit it in that manner.
Yes, ma'am. Also, the envelope that was in State's Exhibit 88, which is the empty envelope containing, well, that would have contained hair from the torso of the victim. I am admitting this as defense exhibit 16, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yeoman-Chili, any response?
Just the same response, Your Honor.
All right, I will admit it. Okay, it has been, the whole package has been admitted as State's exhibit, but I will admit it as defense 16 in this manner, without objection.
Lieutenant Leall, can you tell me the number of hairs that were in State's Exhibit 90?
From this, none. There was 0 in here.
There are no hairs in on State's Exhibit 90?
That's correct.
Did you put hairs in the envelope when you sealed it up?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to mark as defense exhibit 17 the empty envelope that would have contained the hair from the left hand of Miss Tara Baker.
Any objection, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
No objection, Judge.
All right, I will admit it in the same manner as before, without objection.
In regards to your observation of Miss Baker's home, is it fair to say that you determined that Miss Baker's front door was deadbolt locked before it was opened by firefighters?
It appears that way, yes.
You would agree that there were multiple bedrooms in Miss Baker's home, correct?
That's correct.
And they belonged to Miss Baker's roommates, Miss Ashley, at the time, Miss Ashley Peavy, now Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall, and at the time, Miss Valerie Lowe, now Dr. Valerie, at the time, Miss Valerie Lang, now Dr. Valerie Lowe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Lang's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Miss Peavy's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Miss Lang and Miss Peavy had jury boxes, computers, and other accessories in plain view within the home?
That's correct. There was.
And of course, I'm sure we agree on this, none of those items were taken from the home.
That's correct.
You also had the opportunity to walk through the living room and the common area of the homes. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would you agree with the statement that nothing was that nothing appeared to be stolen from the living room or common area of the home?
I can't say that with any certainty since I don't live there and don't know what is actually there, but there were items still present.
Do you recall writing a report dated January 21st, 2001?
I do.
You have a copy of that report up there with you?
I do, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 3 of 11?
Okay.
Can you read the fourth sentence? And the first sentence ends in burglaries. So the first sentence you'll see is commonly removed in burglaries. Can you read the third sentence from that period?
Some items have been moved after the fire, indicated from markings on the floor.
Read the sentence before that one.
The living room and common area of the residence contain furniture and a television/VCR.
And can you read the next sentence?
Nothing appeared to be disturbed prior to the fire.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that nothing appeared to be disturbed in the living room and common area.
That's correct.
Now, you also then had opportunity, and I believe I provided you with an exhibit, the state provided you with an exhibit as well, but we can agree that you had an opportunity to examine the window in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you would agree that the blinds were down on both the window on the door as well as the window in the dining area?
Yes, sir, they were.
Thank you. And I believe you discussed this with the state, but during your examination of the home, you learned that several items had wipe marks. Is that right?
The door area, the front door near the peephole, and other areas, white marks probably from just general cleaning throughout the course of that door being there. I can't say when the white marks occurred, but there were marks there that were picked up when I put fingerprint powder to those surfaces.
So is it fair to say that we don't know if the white marks happened after Ms. Baker's murder, nor do we know if the white marks happened before Ms. Baker's murder?
That would be correct, yes.
And those white marks were present on the stove. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall if there was any on the stove.
Sure. Can you turn to page 9 of 11 of your January 21st, 2001 report, please? And if you will go to the second paragraph, in the fourth sentence from the bottom, that starts with "in processing the front door." Can you read that, please?
In processing the front door, stove, and window sill, markings similar to one wipes the surface with a rag were found. The markings on the front of the door were consistent with a person looking out the peephole and placing left hand on the door. The white mark where the left hand would have been as well as along the door edge. White marks were also found on the window sill in the dining area.
Thank you. Now, when Ms. Baker was found, you would agree that she was completely naked.
That's correct.
There were no clothes around her that were notated in your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a towel was not found near her body.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Lieutenant Leall. Thank you so much for your service. Those are my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
Briefly, Judge, Lieutenant Leall, as it relates to the hairs you collected, did you package those hairs?
I did.
Did you send them to the GBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that would have been for some kind of analysis or testing possibilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the GBI did with them once they received them?
I do not.
Okay. Does y'all have any other questions for Lieutenant Leall? Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am, but I do have a motion.
All right. Do you, all right.
Or we could approach, if you don't want to send the jury out, we could approach it.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I may do that anyway, but you come on up, that's fine. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to send you into the jury room for just a few moments. Don't discuss the case. Be with you shortly. Thank you. You all may be seated. Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, your motion. Go ahead, sir.
I would just like to renew my motion in regards to, and I'll say motion to limine, to admission of testimony that the oral swab B is a vaginal swab. The additional information that I'm providing to the court is consistent with our prior argument that regarding the collection of that swabbing and the markings of that swabbing, and what Dr. Falzone testified to in regards to the procedure as well as the supervision of making sure items are properly marked and properly identified. As the Honorable Court saw, we just had, I believe it's 3 envelopes. One was supposed to contain, was marked to contain, hair from Ms. Baker's hand, and we heard testimony from the Honorable Lieutenant Leall that he collected it, he put it in the envelope. It is now missing. We also had a hair that was identified that was on Ms. Baker's butt that the Honorable Lieutenant Leall stated that he put in the envelope. It is now missing. And we also heard about the hair, you also heard testimony about the hair that was on Ms. Baker's chest that the Honorable Lieutenant Leall secured, packaged up. It is now missing. I would ask the Honorable Court to consider that in regards to our argument regarding the oral swabs. And 23 years later, the state is going to attempt to introduce testimony that these oral swabbings are now vaginal swabs. Thank you for hearing me out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Bolden, Mr. Yellowman-Chili, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Cruz is confusing the admissibility of the evidence versus the, I guess, the significance of it. It's hard to really understand. I would point out that we had the motion, motion in limine, whatever he characterized it as, when Dr. Falzone was on the stand. But then when I actually moved to tender the exhibit, there was no objection. So there's no contemporaneous objection to the admission of the evidence. I think, again...
Hang on. Mr. Cruz, it's your motion. I'll let you respond when he's finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully to Mr. Cruz, I think he's misunderstanding the fact that there will be additional testimony about not only the items that Lieutenant Leall just entered into evidence, but also those that Dr. Falzone entered. You can't have one witness testify about everything as it relates to the piece of evidence. That's why you tender it and then have them testify. So I don't know what the grounds are that he's asking to move to exclude the exhibit relative to oral swabs A, but they're admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, and thank you. Mr. Cruz.
If I may, Your Honor, as I mentioned when I learned about the swabbings today, this is a motion that I brought up as this issue came to my attention. If the Honorable Court is willing, if we come in tomorrow and provide the Honorable Court with cases, and just to clear up Mr. Bowden's, if I misstated anything, so when it comes to chain of custody, the state has to establish an appropriate chain of custody before evidence is admitted. If not, if there's an issue with the chain of custody, and I provide the Honorable the Honorable Court with a case or cases regarding this issue, that evidence is to be excluded. We have a chain of custody log, and one of the biggest issues with the chain of custody log is the same way those items were packaged here today. They're the same way on the chain of custody log. And I said, well, maybe because it was improperly marked, they just put it in this way. But actually seeing the packages ourselves, and I should have opened it. I didn't even think about opening it to see if something's actually in the box. I would just ask the Honorable Court to allow us to have a hearing. I'll present the case law pursuant to chain of custody. I'll be able to present the chain of custody report to the Honorable Court. And the Honorable Court has already heard the testimony from Lieutenant Leall about what he collected and what's missing. And I think it would be appropriate, if the Honorable Court finds that it is appropriate, to allow us to present that issue to you in regards to suppression of any future testimony that is now attempting to relabel swabs that have been documented as oral for 23 years to now say they are vaginal swabs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to deny your motions, Mr. Cruz, and this is the reason for them. You are asking the court to kind of venture into the purview of the jury. There has, first of all, I agree with the state that the evidence you are complaining about with the doctor expert we had this morning was admitted into evidence. The issues that you're referring to right now with regard to any evidence that has been admitted with this witness goes to the weight of that evidence. And the argument you're making about about chain of custody is an argument that you are entitled to make to the jury if you choose to do that. But what you're arguing is the weight of the evidence. And so I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
One question for you, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I follow up with a couple of questions for Lieutenant Leall, separate from our motion, but once the jury comes back out?
So hang on just a second. I'm trying to remember where we were before I sent the jury out. Did you finish your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I asked a single question, or
Okay.
single question, but 3 questions, I think.
Right. And I have not yet asked you if you had any recross. Is that correct?
He indicated he did not have recross and thanked Lieutenant Leall for his service.
Okay, that's correct. All right, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz. Can you bring the jury out, please? I do remember that now. Musical chairs. All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. All right, may Detective or Lieutenant Leall be excused?
We'd ask that he is, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
I have him under subpoena. I would just ask that that he's subject to recall. I spoke to Lieutenant Leall. He explained to me his schedule.
Okay.
If the Honorable Court will allow, if we have an opportunity to call Lieutenant Leall back, we would just ask if he would prefer that we allow him to do it via WebEx.
I can add to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no objection to returning back. I would just need enough notice because I live 30 minutes away.
Sure.
And I'm also possibly testifying sometime next week in DeKalb County in a state court case, and I don't know the exact date. So other than that, I'm free and able to come at any time.
Thank you, sir. So the answer to your question, Mr. Cruz, is yes and yes. So Lieutenant Leall, you are still on call. You are still under subpoena. And I'll let you work it out with your witness if you need to ask the court for permission for a video testimony. I've already told you that you can do that. And so I'll leave that to you to just let the court know whether that's necessary. Other than that, you are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, may I step out to obtain
Yes.
information?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yalman-Chile, Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness. You may. All right. Problems with that when he's coming back? Is that very much? Okay. I think we'll do. I think that makes sense. That may take you that amount of time anyway, and we'd like to voir dire your witness with regard to that. So I'll let you voir dire the witness and take care of that, and then we'll break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call a next witness, but I'm going to break today at 5 o'clock. So we're going to get through as much as we can with this next witness, and then I'm going to send you home. So I just wanted you to kind of know the plan. All right, Mr. Yalman-Chile, you may call your next witness.
State calls Brian Grove.
Could you get Brian Grove, please?
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Brian Grove, Grove.
And Mr. Grove, where are you currently employed?
I'm a fire protection engineer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF.
And how long have you been working for the ATF?
About 26 years.
All right. And if you give me just a moment, my computer's not exactly cooperating with me.
And I.
And if you could, please describe your work experience with the ATF.
I'm a fire protection engineer, so my job is to help ATF certified fire investigators with the science part of their investigations.
What's the, well, you already talked about the role of a fire protection engineer at ATF. What is the field of fire dynamics?
So fire dynamics is the science of fire, kind of the physics of fire, how fires start, how they spread, how buildings interact with fire, how people interact with fire, anything really dealing with the physics or the science of fire.
And how does your expertise assist fire investigators?
So fire investigators are asked to figure out where a fire started, and then if they can do that, how a fire started. So we get involved with those processes, as well as timeline and some other things.
And so if we could, starting with your undergraduate degree, do you mind going through your educational background?
Sure. I have an undergrad degree, Bachelor's of Science in Fire Protection Engineering from the University of Maryland, as well as a Master of Science, also in the same field from the University of Maryland.
And besides those degrees, do you have any licenses or certifications?
I do.
And what are those?
I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California.
And what's required to obtain that designation as a registered professional engineer?
So typically you need a 4-year degree from an accredited university, as well as 2 years of work experience under another registered professional engineer. And then you also have to sit for an 8-hour exam that all engineers would take, and then another 8-hour exam that's specific to your discipline.
Have you ever been a part of any kind of presentations or written any publications?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many presentations and publications have you been a part of?
Publications, probably about 10. Presentations, hundreds.
Have you done any teaching in the field?
Yes.
All right. And what topics have you taught on, and approximately how many times have you taught?
So we teach state and local fire investigators, as well as our fire investigators. Those are generally who we teach. Also attorneys sometimes, just on the sort of the science of fire.
And how many cases approximately have you worked involving fire dynamics?
I've been with ATF for about 26 years, say 20 cases a year, so over 500.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness?
I have.
And in what field have you been qualified as an expert previously?
As a fire protection engineer.
And approximately how many times have you testified as an expert as a fire protection engineer?
Over 20.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I don't know if Mr. Cruz would like to voir dire the witness at all.
All right, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like to, you may go ahead.
No questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Elmicheli, go ahead.
Judge, I would move to admit Mr. Grove as an expert in fire protection engineering.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. This witness is an expert in the area of fire protection engineering.
And, Your Honor, would you like me to continue, or?
We have 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to actually continue. I think it's, we talked about stopping now, but it's only 4:45, so we have 15 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you,
and
sir.
I have
Thank
some
you.
more questions before
All right.
we reach that point.
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in this case?
Special Agent Will Perdue reached out to me and told me about the case.
All right. And what was requested of you when you were contacted about the case?
He gave me a brief overview of his knowledge of the case, sent me some photos of the scene, a couple of reports, a diagram, and then we talked about ways that maybe we could help with the timeline of the fire, as well as there was an issue of some burn material around the stove and whether or not it'd be possible to ignite textile materials on a stove.
Okay. What is the fire triangle?
So the fire triangle is a way for fire investigators or scientists to organize their thoughts in terms of what do you need to have a flame or fire. And there's three legs of a triangle. One would be fuel in its vapor or gas phase, so this would be solid, but we're talking about like a gas phase. Another would be an oxidizer, which is typically oxygen and air, so we need air to have fire. And then lastly would be heat. Initially that heat might come from a lighter, and then at some point a fire supplies its own heat and you have a self-sustaining reaction.
Okay. What is a fuel-limited fire?
So a fuel-limited fire would be a fire that's limited only by the amount of fuel that can be vaporized. So if you think of a campfire outside, That's a fuel-limited fire.
Okay. And what is a ventilation-limited fire?
So a ventilation-limited fire, at some point, if you take that campfire, let's say a couch, maybe you burn the couch outside, it's a fuel-limited fire. You bring that couch inside, and it gets large enough and it's burned for long enough time that it consumes the oxygen in the room, and then ventilation becomes the dominant factor in the size of the fire.
Well, and that kind of dovetails perfectly with my next question. What is a ventilation-limited fire?
So a ventilation-limited fire, the size of the fire is dictated by how much fresh air you can get to the fire. All fires start out fuel-limited in a room, and then at some point they typically transition, and they'll go out unless you open a door or a window fails or something like that to allow fresh air into the space.
Okay. And if you could, would you describe the term heat release rate?
So heat release rate is a term that we use.
I'm sorry, your objection is to foundation?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you elaborate on that objection?
Prior to his questions, the witness did not make any testimony about any terms that he is.
All right, thank you. Any response, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
I'm not sure exactly how to respond to that, Your Honor. I'm not sure that Mr. Grove could have just, without my having asked a question, started explaining these topics, but it's certainly a foundation based on his knowledge, training, and experience has been laid for him to describe these topics, since he's an expert that's taught extensively in the field of fire dynamics and engineering.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Okay. Could you please describe the term heat release rate?
Heat release rate is the power of a fire, the intensity of a fire. Really, we're looking at its size. So if you think of like a 60-watt light bulb or a 100-watt light bulb, that's the power of that light bulb. We're interested in the same units for fire, but rather than dealing in watts, we're dealing in thousands of watts, kilowatts, or megawatts, millions of watts.
Okay. Is part of your preparation for testimony after your work on this case, did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate a discussion of the
Overruled. You may continue.
Did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate your testimony as a demonstrative aid?
I did.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, before admission of the PowerPoint, can I have opportunity to review same?
Yes.
Or publication, forgive me, before it's
Okay.
published to the jury.
Well, can I see both counsel at the bench real quick? Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have decided this is actually a good stopping point, even though I was trying to make use of every single minute before 5 o'clock. I'm going to release you all to go home and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock as scheduled. I want to tell you a few things. Obviously, the same instructions apply. I'm going to continue repeating those. It's important. Please don't discuss the case, of course, with anyone. Please don't do any research or go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Don't go on the internet, of course, and do any independent research or study about anything you may have heard in court. I do want to talk a little bit about comings and goings of the courthouse. We haven't really talked about that. I really appreciate everybody wearing your juror badge. So certainly it is very important that when you get out of your car to come into the courthouse that you're wearing that. It's very important that everyone in the courthouse knows that you are a juror in a case and that no one can talk to you about the case. So it's very important to keep wearing those. Thank you very much. When you come in the morning for your 9 o'clock hour, please come directly to this courtroom, and we're going to have you go into the jury room. As there are snacks in there and drinks, and Mr. Terrell makes great coffee, and so there'll be coffee in there for you. But please come straight to the courtroom. Every day that you leave, you're going to be escorted on the elevator by a deputy. And so as soon as I release all of you, if you'll go out into the hallway, there will be a deputy there waiting to escort you to the elevator. Deputy will ride down with you, and then you can go to your cars. And that's kind of the process we're going to use. Does anybody have any questions or anything they need to tell the court before we go? Very good. Thank you for your service today. I'm going to release all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Everybody going? Everyone may be seated. Thank you. Just going to wait for that door to shut. Thank you very much. All right. Counsel, we've discussed at the bench. You're sharing whatever demonstrative aid that you have. I appreciate your willingness to go ahead and do that with Mr. Cruz. So you all may take whatever time you need to do that. Is there anything else we need to take up before tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
We have a little bit of time after court. Since these exhibits are admitted into evidence, can me and Attorney Hill and the state, if they would like, open them to see if what they're labeled as is actually inside of those packages?
Tell me exactly what you're referring to, Mr. Cruz.
So may I, Your Honor?
Sure.
The items here, the state's exhibits, I know this is here, but for the smaller items, typically
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is it okay if Mr. Grove leaves?
Yes. Sorry. Sure.
Yeah.
We will see you tomorrow. You're still under subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cruz. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I mean, that's absolutely.
So these items here, I'm just asking if we could just take time, since court is concluded today, just to open them up and see what's in them. Typically, we do it at closing. Typically, during closing, whatever exhibits are admitted, we'll open them. But in case I have any motions, Your Honor, is it okay if I spend time looking at these exhibits today, just opening them and making sure what they're labeled as and what they're identified as is actually in the package?
Mr. Allen, do you care to respond to that request?
Yes, I think it would be inappropriate to open anything that's been admitted into evidence without the jury present here as part of the proceedings or with the witness at the time that the evidence is tendered?
I mean, I think that's the law, Mr. Cruz. I don't, you can't do that outside the presence of the jury. I don't know. I guess one of the things I wanted to ask you, Mr. Yellowman Chili, these have been admitted into evidence, but are you, well, I'll just say it this way also. One of the reasons for the law to be the way it is the state is entitled, since they have the burden and they've admitted those items, to open, if they choose, those items with another witness. I have no idea whether the state is, planning on doing that or not, but that's one of the reasons for the rule. So I would say no to your question. All right. Anything else, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am. I'll
Okay.
just look at the demo.
All right. Mr. Yamachili, Mr. Bolden, anything else we need to take up before I release everybody?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And Mr. Cruz, Ms. Welch is going to come on up, and I'll have her speak with you about a place for you to store all your items.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Court is adjourned.
Hey, Mr. Cruz. So obviously when Harris sent to the GBI, they put it